Progress.
Our team from Parliament, our support team, DM and your team from the department, the chairperson of CIBD and the board of CIBD, the CEO and his team from CIBD. I'm not yet sure whether CBE has joined or will join when we are to do with them, but I don't see anyone from CBE so far. Greetings to you all this morning. This is the third day of our meetings in which we are dealing with the annual report of the department and its entities. Today, which is also the last day, we'll be dealing with CIBD and CBE later today. These are all done in preparation for the BRRR a report that we have to prepare as the portfolio committee and deliberate on it in the plenary, one of those days when we are to do that. We've done so well with the previous entities in the last 2 days. So we hope that even today, we will perform so well. When we ask questions, DM, chairperson and CEO of CIBD, it's not because we want to criticize you, it's because we want what is best and what we believe is best for the people of South Africa. Because as public representative, we have to ensure that you account for all the budget that you have made, for all the predictions that you have made, and you have to tell us why is the Auditor General bringing such an opinion about your entity. With those few words, I am welcoming you all in this meeting, hoping that everyone will participate freely. Ms. Martinez, do we have any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. No apologies on my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Martinez. DM, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good morning to you, to the honorable members of the committee, the chair and CEO of CIDB, the team that supports both from the department and from Parliament. Let me greet everyone, even those who are watching us at home. Let me greet everyone a good morning and appreciate the opportunity given to the CIDB and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to present to you as the committee, ensuring the transparency, accountability of the entities and the government in line with the prescripts of our constitution and in line with the prescripts of the Public Service Act. We are here with the chairperson, Mr. Kulilenzo, together with the CEO, Mr. Dladla, Bongani Dladla, and from the department, it should be actually DDG Adam, but I also see Mulatelo Mwasa, who's working with the entities as well. So we are all here to account to the committee. You have raised the issue of the audit outcome. I must say that CIDB is one of our entities that truly drives the issue of transformation. There are programs, especially the BUILD program, on which they have been qualified, you'd realize that the issue is more of a technical nature than a mismanagement issue. But I will allow them the space to properly explain to the committee. But I do want to say that build program, the program in itself is quite a good one, Chairperson. And I think that with the kind of good work that the end results that program is doing, we just need to allow the space, because excuse me, there are interactions between the department, the entity that is CIDB, supported by the department together with the Auditor General. We've had some engagements because of the technical nature of the issue. And we are looking at how, because the finding in itself has long-term implications if a solution is not found on how to deal with the issue. So I will allow them that space, but generally with all other areas, this is one of our best performing entities insofar as ensuring that they drive programs that ensure that women do participate. I know that we are not at the level at which we should be in terms of the transformation figures, but the programs that they are coming up with will have that desired impact with time. I will therefore, Chair, with your permission, allow Ndate Nzo, Mr. Khulile Nzo, to lead the presentation, and of course supported by the CEO, Mr. Dladla. Thank you, and we'll await questions. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Over to you, with your permission, over to you, Ndate Khulile Nzo.
Thank you, DM. Thanks for the introduction. Greetings to the Honorable Chair of the Committee and yourself, Deputy Minister, and the team from Public Works, and also greetings to the Honorable members of the committee. Thanks once again for the introduction. And I guess in starting, one has to deal with the elephant in the room, DM, the issue around the audit, which as the CIDB, we really feel hard done by. In that we were really pursuing an unqualified audit. Just as a bit of background, I think in the previous year, we had received some comments from the Auditor General regarding our audit. And we also did not get a clean audit in the previous year. Reasons were pertaining to issues that the Treasury had to clarify. It's good to say that the Treasury did clarify those issues in our favor, and we were cleared on those issues. However, it seems that the opinion does not change. Now, in the last financial year, as you are aware, we have embarked on a build program where we had to estimate revenue from all construction projects, where CIDB holds a register of projects. And the register of projects is meant to guide us in terms of the collection of fees, for projects of a certain value, which is 10 million and above, in the private and in the public sector. And as you may be aware, there's been a lot of apathy in terms of the registration process of these projects, which has now resulted in us unable to estimate our revenue properly because of the poor contribution or participation of our clients in registering their projects. This would include other government departments, such as your PRASAs, your Department of Transport, Public Works, etc. And that has really resulted in us getting this qualification. However, as you've mentioned, DM, the basis of the qualification is rather technical. And in trying to put it very simply, what the Auditor General is really hitting us is to say that we did not estimate the revenue from the projects. Whilst we tried to give them our own estimation, they were unhappy with the manner in which we had produced the estimate. However, they did not, we feel, they did not consider the complexities around getting estimation of the projects. And I'll make an example in that there are tenders that are cancelled every day. And we know, I think it was in the media, that I think Sanral canceled tenders of about 17.4 billion. Now, from us, if we had estimated that revenue, we would have been completely out in terms of our numbers because those tenders were later cancelled. So these are the kind of issues that we were going back and forth with them. And also what we felt is that there is no model for us to actually estimate this revenue. They're relying on a method that we need to come up with, which they then come and criticize and say it is not enough. So other than that, that is actually what is holding us back from an unqualified clean audit. So, but the CEO will elaborate on those. On our side, honorable members, we are accompanied by the Deputy Chair of the board and the CEO and the management. The intention today is to deal with the legislative mandate, strategic goals, context and program perspectives, the program performance and the highlights, and we'll summarize that and also highlight other issues which we feel are important. We'll also allude to the contribution to the economic recovery and construction plan and the audit outcomes as I've briefly outlined, and of course deal with the financial report. Through you, Chair, if you allow, I can ask the CEO to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Deputy Minister McKivitt, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and our colleagues from Public Works, and also colleagues from the CIDB. It really gives us a pleasure to present our annual report and also to account to the Portfolio Committee and the people of South Africa, and also get advice on how we could also improve in terms of how we deliver to our core mandate. As the Chair has indicated, our presentation will touch on the following issues. We're looking at the legislative mandate, as we are trying as much as possible to align to that, and the strategic goals and the programs that we have in place to achieve those strategic goals and our mandate. We will also look at the highlights of the performance and also our contribution to the economic recovery plan. We'll also deal with the issues relating to our audit outcome, and finally look at our financial performance. Chair, I think it's worth mentioning here that we as a CIDB are established to provide the strategic leadership to the construction industry that will ensure growth and the participation of the emerging sector. We are also there to improve the performance of the industry, both the public and the private sector, to ensure that we have an industry that contributes meaningfully to the reconstruction and development of the Republic and all our socio-economic challenges. And also another important aspect of our work is to ensure the uniform application of policy that will promote ethical standard and the construction procurement reform, construction procurement reform that will deliver to the aspirations of our people, and also monitor and regulate the performance of the industry and its stakeholders, mainly being the contractors, the client bodies, and we'll elaborate on the performance around that area over the last year under consideration. Our goals for the 2020 to 2025 period is really to become a reputable regulator, ensure sound corporate governance, working in alliance with our stakeholders and ensure an inclusive, growing construction industry that contributes meaningfully to the socio-economic development of our republic, and also encourage innovation and in the construction industry. And I hope our presentation will highlight the work that was done under the period under review to cover this aspect. How we've structured ourselves as a CIDB, we have 6 programs at this stage, where the first one is administration and the second one is research and development. We also have a dedicated program on construction industry regulation and construction industry performance, and also in terms of procurement and development of the industry, and our service arm of the CIDB, which is our provincial office initiatives, which are in all 9 provinces. And we will also endeavor to continue on that aspect to also improve access. The summary of our performance for the year under review, we had 15 targets, and of those 15 targets, as the CIDB, we could not miss one also on the technical indicator, and I will also explain why that was the case. In terms of our annual targets, with the first one being on program 1, excuse me, Chair. Program 1, one of the aspects that we deal with when we say we want to be an ethical institution, one of the bare minimums that we try to achieve is that there is an awareness of fraud for staff within the CIDB, because we do believe we need to lead by example in that regard, and other initiatives that are assigned to that. These are only the APP targets. Some they are amplified in the annual operational plan to ensure that we achieve these. And we are also trying to ensure that in terms of our uptime, in terms of when our services are available, because we want to also reduce the cost of doing business for construction companies and the industry in general. So we need to be available to our clients. In that case, we had a target of 93% and we had achieved 99%. Another important aspect is the expenditure against BE compliant suppliers. And we had a 90% target there, but in terms of our performance was 96%. And the difference mainly goes to items like the paying of rates to municipal entities. Some of them are not BE registered, but those are statutory payments that we have to make. And another important aspect that we need to ensure is the payment of service providers within 30 days that are within our control. We understand that cash is really the lifeline of all businesses. So in that regard, as a CIDB, we paid 100% of our suppliers. In our mandate, we also have to consult with various stakeholders on things that could be done to ensure the development of the industry or the improvement of the industry. And we have a lively stakeholder forum within the CIDB that includes client bodies, professional associations, voluntary associations in the industry, and other stakeholders that advise on policy direction. They advise the minister and the board on what could be done to improve the industry. And out of that engagement, there has been an agreement on 7 areas that the CIDB must deal with, ranging from improving the quality of contractors on our register, also in fast tracking the rollout of projects, amongst others, which we'll touch on. So that target we did meet, and that committee, that forum is still working. We do believe also our program deals with in terms of the studies, the research that has to be done to influence, and I will touch on the outcomes of those research, because we've conducted 2 research studies that are aimed to aid the industry in policy development. And the focus for the year under review was on the tender cancellations, the nature, causes, and the impact to the South African construction industry. And the second one was the reason for the deregistration of CIDB contractors in grades 7 to 9. What are the reasons around that, and what interventions could be done? So that is our research and development program. Another aspect to also deal with improving the quality of the construction industry and also ensure transformation, meaningful transformation happens. We are revising our registration criteria, and we had there's a proposal on that aspect that will improve the risk mitigations while lowering the barriers for items that does not really provide the risk mitigation that our register is supposed to provide. And I will elaborate on that when I deal with the transformation numbers. There's also a drive to ensure that we register all contractors within 21 days, all compliant applicants, and against the 90% target, we achieved the 99%. And also the program 4 deals with the studies in terms of industry monitoring and evaluation, and I will elaborate on those in the presentation because they share quite meaningful insights for us, for all of us, to take cognizance of and also implement policies that will improve on that. These studies mainly deal on transformation, supply and demand, employment, amongst others. And we also have a public sector expenditure report because we had achieved that because our programs in terms of client capacitations are centered around that to improve the performance also of clients in terms of expenditure. The one item that we did not register and we took a conservative approach as an achievement was on this issue of the number of clients capacitated on contractor development. The reason for us not including this as an achievement was that there was a misalignment in our APP last year between the source data and the source data for the technical indicator description. So we had actually capacitated 23 clients on contractor development, but as one of the source data that we had to provide to prove that we've done this, we had said we will sign memorandum of understandings with the various client departments on this aspect of capacitation them on contractor development. But we did do the capacitation, but what we did not register was that we didn't have the signed MOUs with those client departments. So we thought we would take a conservative approach and register it as a technical non-achievement, but the capacitation did happen. And then on program 6, the items that we deal with is also looking at the number of grade 1 to 6 contractors provided with contractor development support. And we achieved 367 contractors against a target of 270. But this is one item that will radically change over time with the introduction of the build program, as the Deputy Minister has alluded to. We want to ramp up these numbers to the thousands, and I will explain as to how the build program as gazetted and signed into law by Minister Delil will achieve those much needed support to the construction industry. And also what I will also indicate is that client bodies are also struggling to implement projects at a pace that is required for a construction industry that is alive and contributes meaningfully to the construction, to the development of our republic. And in that regard, what we do as a CIDB is we capacitate clients in infrastructure delivery management systems to ensure that they are capacitated to deliver on those projects. And I will go into those statistics because I think they are quite important for all of us to understand the impact that this is having on service delivery, employment, and the meaningful participation of designated groups in the construction industry. So against the target of 70 clients, the CIDB capacitated 108 for the year under review. On other performance and highlights, Chair, I would like to highlight the following works that the CIDB had done. In terms of offering experiential learning opportunities, we succeeded in supporting 153 learners in that regard. But again, this is one of the targets that is deeply affected by the BUILD program, because the BUILD program in this regard, it is aiming to provide in support to 10,000 learners, because what we've done in that regard, we have said all construction sites must be used as opportunities for training and development. So when we signed into law the standard that deals with skills development, it will make it compulsory for all projects from grade 7 and above to spend portions of the monies on skills development, be it providing learners that are on the candidacy route to be able to get their professional registration, or learners from FET colleges and other training colleges to get actual experience on construction sites. Because what we also saw, there was a mismatch where those that have some formal training in construction and will contribute to the construction industry for a long period of time might not get the opportunities to get the actual experience on site. And then a lot of the work is deemed as unskilled labor. So it becomes an employment opportunity for everyone, which is not an issue, but we do need to also have structured programs. Some client bodies had initiatives around this, but to standardize across the industry to ensure that we have a uniform approach to development in that regard, we put in the skill standard as a bare minimum in terms of the achievables for both the client and the contractor. So this target, over the years with the implementation of BUILD in the short term, it will drastically increase, and we do believe it will provide the skilled workforce for the industry. There's also contractors, 367 contractors that are provided with contractor development support. Again, this is another aspect where using the funds that were available at the CIDB, it was done at a low scale.
Yes.
But with the introduction of the BUILD program, we foresee 1,000 contractors getting this contractor development support, ranging from mentorship, ranging to ensuring that these construction companies have construction management systems.
I'm fine too. I was debating or discussing with the acting
GM. Can you please switch off? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You may continue, Bongan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, and our contribution to the economic reconstruction and the recovery plan, which is quite important, is on the increase of government spending against budget. And as I indicated, when we spend on infrastructure, if we spend 3% of GDP on infrastructure, we get as much as 6% of employment in terms of the formal sector, and then it supports many other industries. So it is in our interest for as a CIDB to make a meaningful contribution toward increasing government spending, and we'll highlight in the presentation areas where there are challenges. And our intervention there has been to provide the capacitation of clients in terms of understanding SCM rules, how to put out projects, because you'll find there's a lot of support that is required, and then drive the enterprise and skills development through infrastructure projects, as I had indicated, Chair and honorable members, as part of the BUILD program. I've already indicated the support that we've provided. To ensure innovation and also a skilled workforce in the construction industry, CIDB, with the limited resources that we had at the time, established a Center of Excellence with the University of Johannesburg, which has produced quite a few, well, 2 South African Black female PhDs, 2 masters that have been completed, and 5 honors degrees that have been completed with the Center of Excellence. And the real achievement of this is not only the learners that we've directly supported, it's what the impact of these students and professionals will have on the industry. For instance, we had the University of Johannesburg as part of our agreement with them for the Center of Excellence, is that they must also improve the skills in other universities. So there's quite a solid partnership between the University of Johannesburg with regards to construction management and other related studies with the Sisulu University in the Eastern Cape, where we need to ensure that the staff there are supported to getting their PhDs and masters, so that the learners that they teach also can benefit. And similar relationships are also being established with other historically disadvantaged universities, because it's quite important that the staff in those universities, it is supported also on their research initiatives, because when the professional councils goes to accredit, they will also look at that. So that's our small contribution also towards the area of skills development in the higher education sector. And a number of papers have been published, ranging from the implementation of building information systems, supply chain, how we can use blockchain to ensure transparency around supply chain and those related studies. And the research that is produced there, we try to make it influence policy and have informed policy based on actual research. With the BUILD program, again, we want to increase the number of centers of excellence, and there has been a proposal for the next financial year to have 2 as opposed to 1. And again, the focus there is to actually use this as a hub to actually improve also skills in the higher education sector when it comes to the construction industry. And we influence the research agenda to also solve some of the pressing problems that the industry is facing. There is and again, the focus there is also on the 4th Industrial Revolution in terms of the research, and UJ was actually quite a good partner in that regard. We are implementing the BUILD program now. It's no longer just in paper. We are collecting the funds. We've developed the development strategy and the initiatives, and are recruiting women-owned construction companies to benefit first from this, because that's another area of development that is a focus for CIDB. We've highlighted the contribution of women in the construction industry with our ERWIC program that has moved now from just being awards to now moving towards a support network for women-owned construction companies, so that they can get the support and get the direct access to the stakeholders that ought to be providing support. And we also supported the World Skills South Africa programs in partnerships with the Department of Higher Education Training. One of the big contribution that the CIDB has to make in the construction industry is producing information that will help drive policy. In that, we published 4 reports under the year under review, where we looked at supply and demand. Where is the work? Who is it going to? And where are the challenges around that? We also produced on the 2nd quarter a report called the Construction Monitor on construction contracted development. The other report looks at statistics around employment in the construction industry. And another important one is looking at the state of transformation, so that we can have our interventions designed to arrive at that. As I alluded to, this is one of the major challenges that we are also facing as an industry. As much as there's not a lot of money around for projects, but that has been allocated. Many client departments struggle with the expenditure of those projects, where on the year under review 2020-2021, if you looked at public entities, it's about 48% of the budget that had been spent, and in SOEs at 65%. And what had normally been a huge challenge in the past was on municipalities in terms of their expenditure. But what we've been able to do with the municipalities, also with a lot of capacitation, is to also improve that. So our focus on infrastructure delivery management systems in terms of capacitation and helping clients in terms of crafting their policies around that has yielded some meaningful results. But the overall picture, because if you look at the overall percentage, there is still 27% of infrastructure budget that had been committed that is still not spent. That has dire impact on the employment numbers, service delivery, and also provide economic opportunities to construction industries to meaningfully contribute. And this is one of the outcomes that was noted by the research that we did with grade 2 to 9s with regards to why they are opting to keep their registration status dormant up until they are able to see a lot of movement in terms of projects. Sorry, apologies, Chair. Yeah, sorry, that is that. Yeah, so that was the summary there, really, that deals with the supply and demand report in terms of who's able to spend their infrastructure budget. And we also looked at looking at a national level where projects are, because as you will, as we have put, the department has put a proposal on the table with regards to also in terms of the CIDB Act, also looking at the private sector. We also wanted to highlight where the contributions are. Over the years, we've seen a significant reduction in terms of the expenditure, the projects that have been awarded by clients. Partially, some of it did happen because of just the lag from the COVID period where the industry was not that active in terms of awards. But another issue that is contributing significantly is that issue of tender cancellations, which we've also studied and advised clients on the pitfalls to look at when preparing projects. So this picture, again, there's a lot of effort also from other entities, including ISA, to also ensure that this improves, because it is one of the cornerstones for the economic reconstruction and recovery of the country, having construction, a lively construction industry. In terms of the spread on projects between the private sector and the public sector, you will see that also the private sector, especially if you're looking at the general buildings, also contributes quite a bit, with Gauteng and the Western Cape having the largest share of private sector participation in the construction industry. So also improving efficiencies there will also set the industry in a positive light. When it comes to transformation in the construction industry, the CIDB, and we have deliberately put in terms of checking numbers in the large grades. If we lump all the numbers together, including the grade 1s, where there are a lot of women-owned construction companies, Black-owned construction companies, it sort of hides the fact that we do have a challenge of transformation and we do need interventions around those aspects. So when we're looking at in terms of Black ownership for construction companies between grade 7 to 9, what we have found is that a lot of companies have opted to not have their registration status active due to a slow project rollout, and the impact of COVID was also noted as one of the challenges. But as a CIDB, we do need to take responsibility here in terms of designing programs to deal with this. We are currently at a stage where we are revising our registration criteria. Our registration criteria serves a few purposes, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. One, it is to provide a risk mitigation to infrastructure clients, to say when they enter into contract with our contractors on our register, they must be assured that those contractors are capable to do the work that they've assigned for. Hence, we've designed the grading system. And that grading system currently relies heavily on the available capital of the entity and the previous track record. So what we are proposing as the CIDB, and it has been through the board committees for proposals to the ministry, is now a second method where we are looking at skills also as an alternative, where yes, you still have requirements around available capital because construction is a cash intensive business, and that mitigates the risks of resource availability when the contractor starts. But we also put in the skills aspect, where if a contractor can prove that they have the skills as per the standard that we've developed, and the skills are put there not as a barrier for entry, but those are just the minimum skills to say, do you have within your staff people that have either been trained in FET colleges to undertake construction and have the experience, or people that have been trained in universities of technologies, or also recognition of prior learning, because there are also those contractors that have been around for a long time. We do feel that with the introduction of this in the medium term, 0 to 3 years, and the support that will be provided through BUILD, it will be able to correct or the issues of access to work, because the work is really available. There's a lot of economic activity in the higher grades, whilst not compromising also on the risk mitigation that our register is supposed to provide. We've also introduced the quality management systems as a compulsory requirements, because we've also seen that businesses that have those structures, those standard operating procedures, those standard method statements for their construction abilities are better placed to be able to successfully complete projects. So in this regard, we've seen a sharp decline. We had over the years a sharp decline in terms of actual performance against our target. Currently, if you are looking at grade 7 to 9, in terms of Black-owned construction companies, where those that are 51% and above, we are currently sitting at 35%. And grade 7 to 9, those are projects. 7 has a limit of 60 million, 8 has a limit of 200 million, and 9 has an unlimited limit in terms of the project that could be done. So if we don't really and soon resolve that issue of ensuring also registration criteria that are both transformative, developmental, and also maintain the risk mitigation, and in fact improve on the risk mitigation that our register is to provide, we need to improve in that aspect. And again, the board has been proactive in speedily and approving the registration criteria. But what they've also done is that they've also asked us to do proper research as to whether this is going to, would this not compromise also on the quality. So we are replacing, we are reducing the high requirements of available capital as a risk mitigation tool, to increasing on the skills and also on the aspects of the healthiness of the business through quality management systems. Similar statistics similar reductions has been experienced also on women-owned construction companies in the large grades. This is 7 to 9. I think this was a typo. It should be 7 to 9. We are at 18%. And if you look from successive quarters, it's actually, we are looking at just active contractors. It doesn't mean that many of these businesses, because we've, for instance, if you're looking at Q1 of 2021, we were at 37 companies. Now we are at 24 companies. Some have remained to say their status will remain dormant up until they see a lot of economic activity in the industries, and then they will pay their fees and continue trading. But it is not enough to just hope that they will come back. We also need to have developmental initiatives and also revise our criteria to strengthen the risk mitigation whilst the register being developmental. In terms of youth-owned construction companies that are at grade 9, we've seen a slight increase, an increase of 1 company, but we are still below our 5-year targets because we wanted to have that from 7 to 9 to have at least 35% of that register being owned by youth and women-owned construction companies. When it comes to participation in terms of access to work, if you look at how sometimes the tenders are crafted, they would also have requirements for your ISO or SABS certifications, of which many of our large companies, those that are Black or women-owned, might not have. So to also improve participation, the CIDB has designed a program to get that certification correct, because it does improve the strength of the business and the quality, the ability for that business to deliver efficiently. So as part of the first initiatives of Build, the board has approved just below 10 million rand for the first group of women-owned construction companies. And as we collect more fees, that will be spread across to ensuring that any company in those designated groups that is interested in this, because as I had indicated earlier, the way we are taking our register to improve also the risk mitigation is that we will also focus on the health of the company and the skills of its employees, because that also contributes towards project success. So what we want to do as the CIDB is to also provide the enabling environment for that, and Build has provided us that opportunity. I had alluded to the 2 studies, the research studies that we had done, where we looked at, because we were concerned on the register of on our register as to why so many companies were falling off during the time of COVID and the period just after that. And the 4 top reasons on that aspect was the issue of the rollout of projects, as I had also shown by our data, that we had slowed down over the years, and also the issue relating to the deteriorating economic conditions, and we have seen liquidation of quite a number of construction companies at the higher grades, and that creates an unintended problem of a concentration of the industry. If you're looking at some of, because we study closely also the 20 large infrastructure departments where they spend their budgets, you would find that, for instance, on roads, it would be a certain company that is doing a majority of those large projects. And that creates unhealthy competition. And later on, that has many other unintended consequences where we will have something close to a monopoly in the private sector on certain services. So that aspect we have to deal with. And then also, many of the construction companies at grade 9 did note that they felt that the legislative framework is not that supportive if we are looking at 90-10. Because when you have a large concentration, for instance, of 2 companies at grade 9 in terms of getting the bulk of the work, they have an unfair advantage in economies of scale in terms of who they can source for, the discounts they can get compared to a company that is still emerging but might have the capacity to deliver. And what you find is that if the price is giving a weighting of 90% and the preferential points in terms of the PPPFA is only 10, that it creates also an unfair competition on that aspect. And then another aspect, and it's an aspect that I think also the department has taken leadership on in terms of even us as entities to say we must pay service providers on time, because the companies cannot finance infrastructure departments in terms of buying of services. Construction is a cash-intensive business, and one of the initiatives of Build is to, when we've collected enough money, to provide that support in terms of developmental finance. But at this stage, it would do a lot of good if clients were to pay service providers on time within the 30 days stipulated, because as I also said again, construction requires quite extensive cash flows from establishment to buying of equipment, sometimes some equipment with a very long lead time from overseas. And also another massive pandemic, a massive challenge was that issue of tender cancellations. And the reasons that had been noted by the industry was really going around issues where the highest was non-responsive bids. So the industry goes out, the infrastructure clients goes out for bids, and then they don't find responsive bids. So in that process, in terms of capacitation and demand management, that's why we had focused also a lot on municipalities, because that's where the biggest challenge was in the previous year, the year before, the one under review. And then unacceptable bids, the long time it takes for clients to award, leading to expiry of the validity period, non-compliance to SCM regulations. So that's why, again, capacitation from the infrastructure client side is quite important. And then ambiguity in the tender specifications and other irregularities. But sometimes fraud and corruption sometimes is disguised under this aspect. So we actually, that's why we are also investing quite a bit on the four IR type initiatives like blockchain, saying how do we transform our procurement systems to be more transparent and more efficient. Other highlights, as I also indicated, Chair and honorable members, our ERWIC program, which has moved beyond just being an award to recognize exceptional women in the construction industry and the work that they do, to now bringing a proper support networks where they could also call on the CIDB and we can co-create other programs that they do feel will help. And also one of our highlights was really supporting the World Skills program, and we supported also the bricklaying competition, which won gold in the Africa competition. And again, here, the program, I think it's quite important to look at it beyond the individuals that participate, but looking at also the trainers that are trained in terms of FET college lecturers and the hype that it creates around making construction a meaningful industry to invest your life in contributing. So you find a lot of motivations and inspirations that goes to both the people that are teaching the next generation of leaders in the construction industry and the learners themselves. So the competitions range from local, where we go to various FETs with the World Skills program, and also going to national and international, and it does bring a lot of joy. We have our participants also contributing to the international competition in Austria in the coming weeks, in late November. And we hope again there we can show what South Africans can do when it comes to also these skills. The build implementation, Chair and honorable members, has been hampered a bit by the slow pace of clients being complying to the build program. Currently, in terms of compliance to our register of projects, it was at 38%. And I will highlight those clients that are not participating, that are not meeting the legislative requirements of this. And we've capacitated majority of them, but we are now taking more punitive actions where we've partnered with the Auditor General to say those clients that are not participating meaningfully on this, it must be an audit finding because it is slowing down development for the industry. And also, we've also focused our attention also on the top 20 infrastructure clients. For instance, if you look at the contributions of Sandral, Eskom, Water and Sanitation, Public Works, and a few others, that is more than 50% of the state. That is very close to 50% of the state investment in infrastructure. And it is those large projects that should also not be used only to build, but it must also be used to develop the industry, the much needed development that is. And in that regard, I've assigned all my executive members and directors specific accounts on those clients to say those people are the point of call when it comes to getting any assistance with complying, because the CIDB will take significant punitive measures, and we've just approved a new standard operating procedure and policies around that, because we do not, I firmly believe we will not allow individuals to decide whether we are going to develop the industry or not. It must be done uniformly across the board, because this is one of the few sectors that will meaningfully contribute to our economic reconstruction and recovery. If we are looking at the client bodies across the various years, some are going backwards in terms of their compliance. And yes, some did note some IT challenges when it comes to the last quarters of 2021. But I think we are just highlighting also the improvements that has been happening. We do share these with the clients and also the accounting officers to say we would not want a lot of our infrastructure departments to get qualifications based on this. We must work together to improve on that aspect. But if they don't want to, or they're not playing ball, we take on our regulatory hat now to saying we will have punitive measures, because this program really will contribute meaningfully to our development. In terms of the audit of governance-related issues, as the Honorable Deputy Minister McKivet and our chair has indicated, the Auditor General has noted significant improvements in many of the areas, for instance, relating to our audit committee, the work of our audit committee, the controls that have been put in place, also looking at our internal auditor. The executive authority has always been on top of things in terms of as the first level of assurance, accounting officer, and also in terms of the senior management. But the only concern that came from the Auditor General was actually of the technical nature. If you look at the GRIPE standard, as the chair indicated, where the Auditor General disputed how we had made the estimate for the revenue of build, and as the CIDB also looking at the infrastructure component in terms of how estimation ought to be done and the GRIPE standard. We were in disagreement with the AG in that regard. And if it was not for that aspect, the CIDB would have received a clean audit, because we've also had improvements also in the supply chain. We've also had improvements in the performance information where there were no material finding in any of those aspects. So in terms of the audit opinion was really on that issue where we had a difference of opinions in regard to how we will estimate the revenue. And as Honorable McKivet has noted also, it actually has quite long-term implications, because this sort of estimation is not an exact science. Hence, the GRIPE standard on 71 does allow us to do it on the cash basis, on the invoicing basis, on the projects that we have identified, because the first order of business when it comes to this build program is that there is a legislative requirement for all infrastructure clients to register projects with the CIDB, and that becomes the basis of reliable information in terms of the project. We had various engagements with the Auditor General, and as the CIDB, we really respect the work of the Auditor General, that it does provide also that oversight of view to assist the public and the stakeholders to judge how entities are handling their affairs, where the Auditor General has indicated also that they would be willing to work with us to test various models as to how estimations could be done. But the challenge with that is that it becomes a subjective assessment whether enough work work has been done on the estimation, and from one auditor to another, it can also be disputed around the parameters that has been used. So as a CIDB, we had wanted to use aspects of GRAP that allow, similar to how SARS do it, similar to how other similar types of programs. And I think the national skill, the NHBRC also does a similar treatment on this, but we are working to resolve on these aspects, because we do feel, and the Auditor General also in their opinion has noted a significant improvement in many areas, but the claim of financial misstatements was the one that created the challenge for the CIDB. And again, the negative findings against us were also not translated to the clients that had not registered the project as per the regulations. But we've also looked at how we can also deal with this particular issue. One, we've gotten also opinions both from senior counsels and also other accountants in terms of how we can account for this revenue. And we've agreed that the Auditor General, with them, they will look at our interim financial statements, which we will prepare to be submitted in December, so that these issues can also be raised quite early on. And also our audit committee is tracking progress against all the findings that have been received. And we do that on every 2 months with the audit committee. In terms of the financials, Chair, through you, Chairperson of the committee, and our Chairperson of the board and Deputy Minister, can I ask our CFO, Undate and Tibande, to assist us with that presentation, Chair, if that is in order.
Yes, it's in order. You must continue.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning to the Honorable Deputy Minister, the Honorable Chairperson of the committee, the members of the Portfolio Committee, and the colleagues from Public Works and the colleagues from the CIDB. And I think, as the CEO have indicated, we will be just dealing with the financial statement of the CIDB and how we've performed and in the current year and the review. Chair, insofar as the issues of the asset value of the CIDB, we have been able to indicate that as a CIDB, we've been able to increase our asset base, our total asset base, from 303 million to about 350 million, which is almost about 47 million increase on the total asset base. And I think the nature of those particular increase comes mainly from the receivable from non-exchange transactions. And I think the CEO did indicate that we have already started rolling out the billed revenue. And I think the 31 million which we're reflecting there, that reflects the money that is still being owed to the CIDB for the build program by the various client departments. I think the CEO was indicating that we do have a bit of a challenge, primarily when it's come to some of the clients coming to pay us. And then, of course, I think we do note as primarily within the SOE space, where we've received a huge support from mainly Sanral and ESCOM, where they have been paying very diligently so to the scheme. We also have about 9 million in terms of the receivable from exchange, which increased from 5 million in the previous year, and cash and cash equivalent increased by almost by 6 million, from 169 million in the previous year to about 174 million in the current year. And then from the total non-current asset, there's an increase from 127 million to about 135 million rand. In terms of the current liabilities, Chair, we have also slightly increased our current liabilities from which is income received in advance from 86 million to 94 million. And I think, and also notable to mention is that the payable exchange from transactions also increased from 14 million to about 17.7 million, and employee benefit, which is the provision that we make for our employees, increased by almost 1.4 million, where it grew from 5.4 to about 6.8 in the current year under review. And on the equity, which is the retained earnings, we do have a retained earnings which have increased from 197 million in the previous year to about 231 million rand in the current year, which it does indicate that we do have a bit of a stable financial status as a CIDB. If I can just go to the next page here. In terms of the financial position as indicated, Chair, the CIDB were continuing to demonstrate a healthy financial position. As indicated, we do have cash in the bank, which have increased from 169 million to about 74 million, which does indicate that the CIDB have a positive cash flow resources. And I think there was also a significant increase in the current asset, which was as a result of the new income stream from build. And I think we also did that mention that we do have a slight challenge when it's come to clients' collection of this particular revenue. But we do appreciate contribution made by SOEs such as ESCOM, who I think the two of them have paid to the CIDB almost about 13 to 14 million toward the scheme. In terms of the statement of financial performance, Chair, the assessment fees have increased from the 58 in the previous year to 50 million in the current year. And of course, other income slightly increased as well. And finance income decreased from 7.9 to about 6.9 million, which is about a million decrease. And I think the basis of that particular decline have been mainly the reduction in the repo rates within the applicable financial period, where the Reserve Bank in curbing inflation decreased the repo. As a result, the lending rate was also affected. But I think with the recent development, where we've seen the stabilization of the repo rate by Reserve Bank, so we do believe that that particular income stream, based on the amount that we have in the bank, will also start increasing. There is the grant from government also increased by almost 6 million in the year under review, we raised a new revenue stream, which I think the CEO was speaking about, to say this is the revenue which I think resulted in the CIDB getting new qualification. We billed about 43 million, and of the 43 million, we did receive about 12, and 31 is still being owed by the various departments. We received the donations of 150,000 rand from Public Works, and those donations pretty much were toward the development of women, toward the AWIC award, where the coaching and mentoring of women within the construction industry was conducted by the CIDB. I think on the annual fees, we've started a decline from the previous year. I think the annual fees is where contractors come and pay their annual fees on a on the annual basis to the CIDB. I think the CEO did allude to that there were certain of our CIDBs contractors who have opted not to maintain their their status to the CIDB due to various issues such as the economic difficulties. As a result, that is also showing where CIDB's revenue in comparison to the previous year have decreased from 53 million to about 46, because there was quite a number of people who opted not to retain their grading. Employee benefit increased from 97 to about 111 in the current year, where there were new positions that CIDB filled. And then members emolument was 3 million and slightly about just less than a % increase, so about 3. And then depreciation was within 3.7, which is not much different from the previous year for 3.7. And that operating expenses also increased from 61 in the previous year to about 75. And in all, giving CIDB an operating surplus in the year under review of 33 million, which is an increase from the previous year surplus of 18 million. I think, Chair, I will then hand over back to my CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. That is the end of our presentation. Chairperson of our board, I'm not sure if you want to go.
Thank you, Chair of the board and the CEO of the board, the CFO, and your team that is here for such a presentation. I now invite honorable members to deliberate on this presentation. Honorable members, I am using another device that I'm not familiar with, so please bear with me. The hands that I can see now on my screen, it's Honorable Graham Murray, followed by Honorable Tring, followed by Honorable Van Staden, followed by Honorable Jobo. I don't see other hands. I just hope that I won't be like leaving out other people.
And Honorable Hicklin, Chair.
Okay, after Honorable Jobo, it will be Honorable Hicklin. In that order, Honorable members, I am challenged. I indicated that I'm challenged. Even if you can indicate on our WhatsApp group members so that I can, if you can see that I've not raised your name, it's Honorable Graham Murray, followed by Honorable Tring, followed by Honorable Van Staden, followed by Honorable Jobo, Honorable Hicklin, and the last one would be Honorable Van Schalkwyk. Over to you, members.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the team that did the presentation this morning. Mr. Nzo, I have to concur with you, I think. I think you've been very hard done by in terms of the audit outcome of this, of your entity. I think you've done an outstanding job over the last year, and there's been a vast improvement in most areas. I didn't have your presentation, so I've had to go through your AFS, and I've done that for all the entities as well as the main departmental AFS. And I have to tell you that there's very little I can find to raise as a concern in terms of the work that's been done over the last year. So all credit to you and your team. There's definitely been a lot of hard work that's gone into this past financial year. And I think it is showing, and it's really, really unfortunate that the Auditor General found the build issue to be significant enough to give you such a poor audit outcome. They did say, however, that it was obviously the quality of the annual financial statements, your revenue management, consequence management with regard to your fruitless, wasteful expenditure, regular expenditure, and authorized expenditure, and then obviously majorly issues regarding build fees. On page 25 of your AFS, you speak about a 99% registration turnaround time, which is excellent. I think that's absolutely fantastic. I mean, if you're limiting the time that it's taking people to register their organizations, I think that's fantastic. And the fact that 66% of that was done online is indicative of the fact that you really are embracing the fourth industrial revolution, and you're making it so much easier for people around the country to be able to register, which will all it'll do is just build the business that you're trying to build. Page 27 of your AFS, there was a register of projects, and you indicated there that there were 4,231 tenders that were advertised, and 2,779 awards were registered. There's a discrepancy there, obviously, of 1,452 tenders that were obviously not awarded, or that where track was. So I wanted to understand then, because I couldn't glean the information clearly from your statements. That 1,472 disparity between the advertised tenders and the tenders that were awarded, are those necessarily all tenders that were then not awarded, or is that the indicator of where you lost track on your register of projects, and that was part of what the issue was around the build program and why the Auditor General was so strict on you? And then obviously on page 31, you speak to the collection of build fees only at 28%. Obviously, that's an area that's going to have to be addressed significantly. The reasoning provided by your organization was that because it is a new program, people weren't aware. But I do think you're obviously going to have to make a huge leap in terms of making sure that people understand the system and why they need to be paying, and then obviously making the collections. On page 57 of your financials, you speak to interventions in respect to transformation. And you talk about, you've got those tables there and what the issues were in terms of why you couldn't meet certain things. And you speak about working with and regulating the private sector. I'm always concerned when government starts trying to regulate private sector, because I think it limits, it starts looking a little bit like government's taking over everything. I just want to understand what you mean in terms of regulating the private sector. You know, because we keep talking about transformation, and I've raised this in the past, and I have been a little bit vilified because of this. My biggest issue is that we're trying to fix everything at the end of the process, where we should be fixing it at the beginning. So you guys have done amazing work in terms of your doctorates and your masters and developing women. What are you doing at school level to create a proper stream of people, so that we're creating the stream that starts from school level and develops all the way through, so that when you're getting to your level, your contractors, etc., there's already this group of people that are ready to take on that role. I'm always worried that as a country, we're trying to fix at the end of the process instead of the beginning. So I want to know whether or not the organization is looking at not only development of contractors as they're becoming contractors, but whether or not we're looking at initiatives at school level that are going to send people through this process to become part of the construction industry. Page 78, there was 10 million rand that has been spent on an IT system since 2019. How far is that IT system, and how much more is still going to have to be spent? Because if you look at your costs for this year, you spent 14.8 million rand on IT this year alone. So we've spent 10 million on an IT system from 2019, and we've spent 14.8 million rand this year. Is that the same 10 million, just with an extra amount, or is that over and above the 10 million, the 14? And also we spent again 15.9 million rand on consulting fees, which would be internal consulting fees. Again, is there no way we can mitigate against this? We are spending across all entities and across the department an inordinate amount of money on consultants for internal work, not on projects, but for internal work that possibly could be done by people who are properly capacitated within the organization. You ended the year with a cash surplus of 95.6 million rand. That's a substantial amount of money. And what this indicates to me is that this entity is actually edging ever closer to becoming self-sustaining. I mean, 78 million, I think, was the amount that was received from the department. But you've got a 95 million rand cash surplus, and you generated a huge amount of fees, and that's with only a 28% billed collection rate. So I think it's very interesting to see that this entity in particular is starting to show that entities are capable of becoming self-sustaining if they have the proper business model, they have new ways of generating income, and they're not just sitting back and saying, well, the government is going to fund us, so we don't need to find other sources of revenue. So I'd really like to commend you for that. The board on page 88, one of my issues was you've got your board members get paid for board meetings, they get paid for committee meetings, then they get paid for other activities, and then they get paid a retainer. So I'm just concerned with those last two amounts, the other activities and the retainer, why those are necessary. It was very interesting to see that Gauteng and Western Cape had the highest private construction spend, and that speaks obviously then to the economy that is stronger, and it's an area that people are willing to actually spend money in. So it also shows that construction spend by the private sector is very much geared around the economy of a province and how that province, you know, the trust that they have in that province and how it's going to go forward. And then I'd really like to just say that what you guys are demonstrating for me is out of the box thinking. There's new ideas, there's new thinking. Your CIDB construction monitor, I think, is fantastic. There's a tremendous amount of communication between the organization and the sector that it's dealing with. So I'm feeling super positive about it. I'd like to know how far we are in terms of relooking your act, because I think that once we strengthen you in a regulatory manner, I think that this organization is going to be phenomenally powerful in terms of transforming the construction sector, but also in supporting the construction sector to continue to grow and provide employment opportunities. So you're a gateway into the industry, and I think that's absolutely critical. My last question then is, what didn't seem to come through in either your financial statements or in your presentation is that local business forums are obviously becoming an issue. I mean, I'm using the nice terminology. We know we're speaking about the construction mafia. How are you mitigating against the impact that they are having, particularly in specific areas? Have you thought about ways of addressing it? And do you have any answers to how the construction industry can protect itself against this kind of behavior? But from my side, congratulations. Auditor General opinion aside, I think you've done an outstanding job over this last financial year, and you should be commended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Graham Murray. Honorable Trink.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've been having some issues with outages and electricity, so I'm not sure, and I've seen on and off my connection is unstable. So maybe better if I turn my video off and then hopefully I'll be able to get through my questions quickly. I think firstly also, had to struggle in terms of just the program, the presentation. Because I'm seeing the presentation now for the first time. But here, just in terms of the questions, I noticed that 14 out of 15 of the annual targets were reached, which is great. That's a 98% or so, 99% achievement rate. But my one question is, are these 15 targets meaningful? So what some entities do is that you lower your targets to make it achievable, so it looks good in your audit report. So just wanted to know whether these 15 targets that have been set, 14 out of 15 that were achieved, are they meaningful? And then just in the light of those particular targets, just indicating, I think 2 or 3 provinces have been reached in terms of the footprint. So if I could just be informed as to which provinces are covered, which aren't, and what is the projection in terms of increasing the footprint throughout the provinces. The second, Chair, was with regards to the second question, capacitating client departments on contractor development. And there were 0 out of 22 in terms of the targets, 0 out of 22 achieved. And unfortunately, I got kicked out when, obviously this was a red flag for me that you have, 0 out of 22 in terms of capacitating client departments on contractor development. And I think that there was an explanation that has been offered, something to do with MOUs, Memorandums of Understanding. And I got kicked out when the explanation was being given. So if I could just hear what that explanation again was, and my apologies. And like I said, I am having some challenges after that substation blew up here in the Durban area. Then thirdly, Chair, I want to say that I believe that there's a difference between experiential learning and which is great, because you're giving opportunities for experiential learning to young people. But there's a difference between experiential learning and progress to becoming a skilled artisan or a contractor or subcontractor. So what is important for me is the progression of those 100-odd young people who came in for that experiential learning. How many of them actually progressed? How many of them actually developed a skill which then contributes meaningfully to the economy, either as a skilled artisan or a contractor? So if there are any figures with regards to that, I think I would appreciate it. Then I just wanted to also commend the department also on the number of the PhDs, masters, and honors students. I think it's certainly a way to go, and I think that must be increased. And I think we're looking at from the University of Johannesburg to another university, and certainly I think we would like to see that. I certainly would like to see that being up to as many universities as possible. Then my fifth question would be, or comment question, what kind of relationship does CIDB have with other sister departments like and these are innovation departments, let me put it that way, like Agrima SA. So it's important also just to understand what kind of networking takes place. And I think Honorable Samantha mentioned, your innovation hubs and research and development and so on is key, I think, in any economy. So what is the relationship with other sister departments like Agrima SA and other innovation hubs? And then what measures, second to last question, is what measures are in place to prevent failures, to prevent your contractors, subcontractors? And we've seen a decline on the database of particularly in the lower rungs. We've seen a decrease. So what measures, if any, are in place to prevent these failures of these startup contractors? And then also, what measures are also in place to prevent projects from failing? Where you have contractors actually coming in, and perhaps it's a new contractor, just in terms of skills, there may be a little bit of a shortage of skills, and that impacts on the project. And what we see in some municipalities are that some projects are actually abandoned, and then it has to be written off. The contractor has to be chased. Sometimes they disappear. But what measures are in place to prevent these kinds of failures? And then my last question has to do with the BUILD program. So the BUILD program, just in terms of some of the quick research that I've done, there's 3 legs to it. One is the registration of projects. The other is the standards that the CIDB sets. And then the third leg is the BUILD fund. And in terms of the CIDB Act, it empowers the setting up of this fund for construction projects above grade 7 and above. Now, if the contractors from grade 7 and above have to contribute to this particular fund up to at least 2 million, and you are seeing that this is not happening, despite the fact that you have the CIDB Act, it's going to create, I can see how this is then going to create a challenge. Ignorance of a law, ignorance of legislation does not give you, does not equal innocence. So I'm going to be interested to find out what you are going to be doing to drive up that low percentage that you're currently receiving from the projects in the light of the CIDB Act, which empowers you in this area. Thank you, Chair. Those are my comments and questions.
Thank you, Honorable Trink, and then it's going to be Honorable Van Staden, then Honorable Njobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just a clarity seeking question. One of the reasons highlighted in the page 23 for tender cancellations is for material irregularities in the tender process. I just want to know if the member or the person can just clarify for me, what do they see as material irregularities in the tender process? And if possible, who's the guilty parties in these irregularities? Thank you, Chairperson. I hope my question is clear. Thank you very much.
I thought I was next, Chair.
We saw you last, Honorable Njobo. You are after Honorable Njobo, Honorable Hicklin. Then after Honorable Hicklin, it will be Honorable Van Schalkwyk. Honorable Njobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know what's going on my camera. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and good morning to the members, and good morning to the DM of the Public Works and the CIDB, and welcome the report, and it's good. And congratulate the board and the CIDB, especially on the issue of their target. Mine is the issue of transformation, Chairperson. On that page of transformation is just only few dots. I think, Mkabateli, the issue of transformation is very important, especially on the issue of women and youth, and it's a very sensitive matter. I think you must do better on that part of transformation. On that page, there is issue that you can, on the next page, there will be a list. But I didn't see any page that you go through what you talk more about the issue of transformation. So I think when you respond, you must talk this issue of transformation. I'm very sensitive on the issue of women. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Njobo. Honorable Hicklin.
Thank you so much, Chair. My comments are very, very short. I want to echo what my colleague, Honourable Samantha Graham-Morais said, and I want to say one other thing. The most impressive thing for me about the CIDB is that not only do they take the comments of the Auditor General seriously, they take them so seriously that they are meeting regularly with the Auditor General. As I understand it, you said that you're meeting almost 2 monthly to make sure that steps that you are taking are to ensure that you get a clean audit. I wish more entities within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure were as committed to addressing issues within their departments as you were. And the amount of work that you are putting in is clearly showing benefits and showing your commitment. Again, as Honourable Graham Marie said, you are only getting a 78 million rand handout from the department, and it clearly shows in everything that you're doing. A serious congratulations to you. You are really doing sterling work, and I wish we could see this across the board from all the other entities within the DPWI. And it was very important that you got another congratulations truly on a sterling effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. Honorable Van Schalkwyk.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, DM, members of Parliament, our staff, as well as the board of CIDB. I want to join the queue, Chairperson, in congratulating CIDB with a sterling performance once more, to the fact that they are the overall best performer in terms of the audit outcomes, according to the Auditor General. And that's really, that needs to be applauded, Chairperson. I just have very few comments, Chairperson, in terms of their outcome. They indicated that they actually have 23 client departments being capacitated, even though they indicated 0 on their report. So I was initially worried, but I understood their explanation. Then, Chairperson, out of the 367 out of 270 target grade 1 to 6 contractors provided with contractor development support, and 108 out of 70 client departments capacitated on IDMS. I would like to welcome the skills development initiative and support that they are giving. On the 367 contractors provided with contractor development support, how many falls within the designated groups, especially women? If we can get an indication in terms of that, then Chairperson, I also welcome the 2 female PhDs, 2 masters, the honors through the Center of Excellent Partnerships with the University of Johannesburg. Then last, before I finish, Chair, documented policies and procedures to guide the operations of best practice project assessment scheme. Both fees should be developed and implemented, especially on accounting for unregistered projects. There's just something that I want to filter in as per the Auditor General's report. There's, however, a worrying factor for me that there's a reduction in the levels of contractor ownership across the designated groups, hampering transformation in this industry. Although we realize, Chairperson, that transformation can't be forced, but there should be a concerted effort in ensuring that transformation, especially in this industry, indeed is taken seriously. I'm also worried about the significant decrease in Black ownership across grade 7 to 9 from the previous year. And also the women ownership decreased significantly. So I'm just worried, Chairperson, if we can get an insight of what led to this decreases, it would be some kind of insightful to us, and we would appreciate it. Lastly, Chairperson, I would like to encourage them with the continued financial health of this entity. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable van Schalkwyk. Around the screen, Honorable Jobo, can you switch off your camera? Okay. Honorable members, thank you so much for your comments and inputs on this. I have only few comments, Chairperson and CEO of the CIBD. The first one is that there is an act, CIBD, that you were to amend, that act of 2000. You have been saying that, and one of the issues for the total transformation of the construction industry, it lies there. So if that act can be amended, I know you have said that you are doing it, but if that act can be amended, we can really see the transformation. Yes, you are working so hard, and I really appreciate the explanation that has been given by the Chairperson of the board, Mr. Nzo, on the issue of why you got such an audit opinion. It really is sound explanation, hoping that maybe in the next financial year, that thing should have been resolved. And coming on the issue of the women and youth not being many in the grade 9 category, I think we need to maybe tighten your what you are currently doing, and ensuring that women and young people are there in the grade 9. The reality is that women and young people are the majority in terms of population. So if then in the highest grade, when it comes to your grading, you find out that the majority of the population is not there, it shows that there is really something wrong there. But I really appreciate what you are doing. Over to you then, so that you can respond to these questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll try and respond to the questions. In fact, I'll try and take the easy ones, and I'll allow the team to take the more complicated ones. Honorable Chair, Honorable Maria, thank you very much for your comments. They're much appreciated. And it is true that we really felt hard done by. It felt like running a comrades marathon and collapsing 100 meters before the finish line. As you can see, that most of the areas had actually improved. And yes, we have engaged the Auditor General. I think the Honorable Hicklin has also alluded to that. And we are still not complete even at the stage. We facilitated sessions we invited our department to actually engage the AG on our behalf and try to resolve the matter. However, they seem not to be budging on the issue. Following that, we've taken some legal advice and advice from the experts outside the CIDB. And at the moment, we are looking at the option of trying to seek an arbitration. I think this all goes to support the statement that we take that Auditor General's opinion very seriously. And we're hoping that the arbitration process will assist, because clearly there needs to be some determination. Even the Auditor General in their explanation, they do accept that there is a bit of misalignment between what is legal and what is an accounting principle. So I think this is something that really needs to be cleared. And I think the DM mentioned it, that it is more for the future, because it means now we stand the risk of having a perpetual qualified audit because of the ability for us our inability to estimate the revenue properly in an environment which is not as certain as we have tried to explain to the AG. So we are those engagements are ongoing, and hopefully we will be able to resolve the matter. I'm not sure whether our audit opinion will be changed if we do succeed in the arbitration process, but yes, that's what we're looking at. The other issues around, I think that was raised, is around the regulation of the private sector. I think the vision and the idea on this one, Honorable Marais, is that we need to create one industry. We need to look at the performance of the industry as a whole. CIDB has been mainly focused on the on the public sector, and the private sector has been doing its own thing. So we have these two worlds within the industry. And really the idea is to actually say, you know what, let's take the private sector as well, look at them, register the contractors, so that we find that there's a balance between the skills and the level of performance within the industry that we can benchmark. I don't think it helps that we have a contractor that's good enough for the public sector and we have one that is not good enough for the public sector. So that is the whole idea. So I think in regulation, it's not as much as to regulate, but it's to bring the private contractors into the pool so that we can actually keep them as part of our registration and look at issues around the code of conduct, the practices, the procurement practices, the building practices, so that we're now creating a more uniform and standard approach. And those contractors that are not meeting that performance can rise to that level. So that is the whole idea in terms of the what you consider as regulation of the private sector. It's nothing more than that. We don't mean to impose any further restrictions on the private sector to what we currently have. I think I'll just touch on those issues. Yes, there's been a decline on the a number of contractors on our database, and that's purely because the environment that we operate in has put us in such a situation that the expenditure by clients versus their budget is not meeting up the standards. Is not up to standards. The expenditure has decreased in relation to the budgets. The clients don't seem to be spending the money that they set out to spending, and the activity, I think the CEO did put up some figures in terms of the variance between what is actually turned into a project versus the actual budget of the various departments and clients. So there really needs to be some kind of stimulation there, capacitation in terms of ensuring that the clients jack up and meet up to the expenditure. I mean, purely on that, you'll see a significant improvement. Also, we are looking at the registration criteria currently, and I know the Honorable Chair has raised the issues around the amendment of the Act. Chair, we are as excited as you are to bring in all these new developments that will be looking at the registration criteria for the contractors. We are also addressing and thinking thoroughly about how we start to look at the issue around the employment of young graduates. We are assessing the risk of saying a contractor who doesn't have a background in construction versus a student who's completed his honors degree. Where is the risk? Is the student as risky as one who hasn't had any background in construction, whom we automatically give a grade 1 to? So we're looking at those options to see that, and taking into account that the various students or completed graduates or graduates can actually step a level up. We don't need to put them in the grade 1. We're looking at an assessment of putting them into grade 2 or 3. Again, trying to meet the unemployment issues around the students, and also to ensure that we professionalize the industry slowly but surely. They should at least write some kind of a test to give us an indication that they have some kind of competency within the construction industry. Currently, there's no such. So this is the direction that we're trying to take. It needs us to be cautious, facing all the criticism that may come with that. But the idea is to really professionalize the industry so that it can improve. Also, with regards to the transformation, I think the build program here will come in handy. It's exactly what it is meant to do. The build program, through its capacitation of the contractors, will plug in the gaps in terms of ensuring that we have sufficient skills, and that actually those contractors become, I mean, those learners artisans actually become contractors. I think that was Honorable van Staden who raised that issue. To raise that one, van Staden raised the issue around the material irregularities. There are quite a few of them, and the famous one would obviously be corruption. Corruption is an issue. We can't hide away in that tenders that are advertised, and it seems as if they're not directed to you, Honorable van Staden, then the whole process is cancelled, so that to suit that tender, so that when it's re-advertised, we make sure that we do it better. I think that is actually what is happening behind the scenes. And obviously there's also a capacity issue in that the poor tender documents being drawn up, where the purpose of what was intended actually does not talk to the tender document itself. It is a bit of a problem, and in certain instances they have what they call an incorrect award, where the actual adjudication process has been flawed, and you find that they need to cancel if there is an objection. So those are possibly the material irregularities that we are seeing and resulting in the tender cancellation. I think I'll allow the CEO and the CFO to touch on the other issues. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions and the positive encouragements. It really helps also for us to also get the team to contribute more towards the development of our country. In terms of the from Honorable Graham Murray, the register of projects and that mismatch between the number of tenders that are advertised to the awards, at the heart of it is the non-compliance of the contractors, as you've also correctly pointed out, that what also leads to the challenges with the build program in terms of the estimations of what projects should be contributing to it. So partially part of it comes from the tender cancellations that are sometimes not registered by clients to saying the tender has been cancelled. And the other aspect is the non-register of an award, which is why we are working also with the AG on that other aspect to when they audit infrastructure clients to also look at that, because it is a transgression of our regulations as the CIDB. So it is a combination of both tender cancellations, but the majority of it comes from the non-register of awards, because when we also commissioned some youngsters where there was an app developed to be able to take construction boards, could pick up some of those projects that are in progress, but when we look for them on our register, in terms of the register of projects, they are not there. And then we issue non-compliance notices and deal with that aspect. The CIDB going forward is going to be extremely stringent around the punitive measures, especially for those clients that have been capacitated on the prescripts and the build program when they don't comply, because it takes us back to, as an industry, to solving some of our challenges. So that is where the non-compliance is coming from. And the cornerstone of the build program is noted also by the honorable member, where they say there are standards that are developed in the build fund, is that idea of having a minimum skills development standard for the industry. Because what build does through that, it says on a construction project, and it must be transparent for all contractors to know, as they also price the document, there are certain expectations that they will provide the space for people to be able to complete after they've completed their formal training, be it in FET colleges, universities or University of Technologies, to gain the experience. So for the artisans, they can get their certificate, they can do the trade test earlier on, they become full-fledged artisans. For the young professionals, to becoming professional built environment professionals. So there is that aspect where if we as the CIDB do not become soft around issues of compliance to these prescripts, where the industry in the long run will suffer. Yes, our registration, when we were hit with COVID, Honorable Graham Murray and honorable members, we quickly designed an online system to take some of our applications, and that has progressed over the time to now where about over 60% of applications comes online. And what we are aiming to do, what we were instructed by Minister Mayor Patricia de Lille and also McKivitt, was to also have all our registration processes available online so that we can use our offices and our capacity in our offices as advisory centers. That's the direction that we feel will also assist the contractors that we have, be stronger contractors on issues of contracts, on issues of construction methods, or just the general business principles that contractors must have. So, and also it goes to the IT expenditure in terms of improving our systems. A lot of our systems have been redesigned also to have a more robust, and we had cloud migration for the registration processes, and also it's a continuation of those projects where we had started with grade 1 applications and the renewal applications. Now we are going to be launching, and we are in testing stage for the rest of the grades, so that also when construction companies come with us, because some of the larger construction companies, when they print their financial statements or bank accounts, it become voluminous documents where again it will even further bring integrity to the registration process, because documents that are uploaded digitally are far more likely to not be tampered with in the registration process, because that's another area our contractors were indicating we must improve, to just ensure that we also don't spend a lot of money on storage of documents and repurpose those funds to other developmental initiatives. So Honorable Graham-Murray, it is a continuation of our digital transformation strategy, which includes a lot of processes being digitized, both for internal and external. We are also looking at also offering more materials online, for educational materials for contractors for their continuous development. So for instance, if contractors are interested in understanding how 3D printing is going to change the industry, when you look at RDP houses, because of the partnerships we have with institutions of higher learning at the forefront of that research, we can also provide also practical applications as to, because we don't want to also have our contractors left behind on those such developments. Consultancy fees is an area where over the years we've been looking at a significant reduction on those because we had to establish quite a few units in the CIDB, including the compliance and enforcement in the previous financial year, and also get more of our legal work internally, because that is still part of our core function. What we normally outsource are those items that are really not part of our core function, where if I make an assessment to saying, for instance, if I were to hire maybe a graphic designer, and that graphic designer will be maybe meaningfully engaged only 30% of the time. On those sort of items, we were outsourcing, but on the other aspects like legal, or especially legal that deals with enforcement and compliance, those we've started to insource those quite significantly. And we have been on a recruitment drive to really make sure that we have enough people and skilled people to be able to meaningfully contribute to the industry. With regards to our surplus, a lot of our surplus money is ring-fenced for the development initiatives, including build. And then there was also a money that was saved over time for getting permanent spaces for our provincial offices. Because what we have seen, especially considering that in some provinces, there's only one office. Like for instance, if you look at the Northern Cape, our office is in Kimberley. If someone moves from Kuruman and comes to our application office because of the space that we are sharing, and a lot of departments have generously given us sometimes a free space. In order to improve that, but you find that closed quite often. There's no water, there's this, no electricity. So we want to have in some areas permanent space where we will also be housing other entities. For instance, in the Northern Cape, where we are housing the Construction Education Training Authority, CIDB, and then also with Agrima, goes to the question that was raised also by Honorable Trink around the collaborations with other entities, because currently we do have a national footprint in terms of having all offices in all provinces, and are looking at partnerships in the faraway areas with government departments and municipalities to offer also some of our services in satellite offices, because they are still contractors that would want to come and do their registrations online, and we do want to provide access to our services. So our cash surplus is definitely put aside for developmental initiatives, for instance, on the build fund, whatever little we collect at this stage in terms of the developmental finance aspects, then we'll put that aside so that when we have enough funds there, we will be able to open that up to improve access to credit to women-owned construction companies and construction companies owned by designated groups. In terms of transformation, again, yes, we want to be a responsible regulator to say in terms of we will have a developmental registration criteria, but it does not pose any risk or additional risks to infrastructure clients. What we have found, skills play a huge part in that, and hence why there's such a big focus on the build program, and why we don't take kindly to client departments not implementing the skill standards, because it is meant to do just that, provide the skills that the sector needs. There was a question around the board fees in terms of retainers and other activities. Those fees are paid towards, for instance, if a board members have to, for instance, other activities, if they have to interview the CEO, and we have quite a few recruitments of executives and other engagements where the boards are required to either support the executive in terms of also interacting with stakeholders and other engagements. And for instance, also retainers are paid in an instance where, because you might find there's a lot of communication in between meetings, between maybe the executive, well, not a lot, but quite a bit of communication, so that board members don't submit hourly claims. I was on the phone with this the committee and those sort of items. So we thought it might actually be more prudent and administratively less burdensome to have a retainer. The Western Cape and the Gauteng province has a lot of private sector also activities. And again, if we regulate the industry as a whole, we can also provide even development and efficiencies that we want to see for the entire industry, including there. The Act, yes, our Act, I believe, is currently en route to Cabinet for consideration. We have taken it through a few clusters meetings, and the Chief State Law Advisor is also giving us comments and the green light on many aspects of it. So I do foresee that the Cabinet will be considered. The latest updates that we've had from our colleagues in the department was that the Cabinet will be considering it shortly. And it does bring very good elements where we can also deal with issues of non-compliance to our code of conduct in a more economical way, either than taking the route of also burdening our court systems with those aspects. Honorable Trink, there was a question regarding the one target that we did not meet. And I had indicated, Honorable Chair and members, that we did actually capacitate 23 clients, but to take a conservative approach in terms of accounting for our performance, we decided to register that as 0, because in the technical indicator, we had indicated that as proof that the capacitation has happened, we will have a memorandum of understanding with that particular infrastructure client department. But for capacitation, you actually don't, it's not driven by an MOU. There's been sessions we've drafted together with them, there are policies, and there is evidence of those engagements through MOUs and documents that emanate from that aspect. But because we didn't want to even the slightest accuse of overstating our performance, we thought because we had made an error in our technical indicators, we'll register it as 0. And there was also a question regarding our provincial presence. We have deliberately ensured that we have functioning offices in all 9 provinces in order to improve access to the services that we offer. And also going forward, looking at the other initiatives that we want to do on our advisory services to the construction industry and also especially clients and contractors. In terms of experiential learning and the progress that it is learners are having, Chair, I would have to come back on this particular one as to how many of them have progressed throughout their certification, throughout their getting their accreditations as artisans. But what we have also designed as a CIDB, is one of the IT initiatives, is also a learner management system where we will track the development of those learners. Where did they get their experiential learning? What aspects have they covered in terms of their logbook when they've ticked off the training that they've received? So that we also make good, efficient of these programs where we also don't have people hopping from one training program to the other to learn the same skills. You know, we want to get them out of the system as quickly as possible in terms of the experiential learning aspect of their training, and then they become meaningfully engaged in the construction industry. And we want to create also the business opportunities, as the chair indicated. Those that have had maybe formal training in the built environment are able to price document, are able to read, to interpret contracts, are able to lay out even infrastructure in terms of the surveying components and all that, should be given some preference in terms of also accelerating their development in that, because they don't really pose that much of a risk to the state when undertaking these projects. And we will do it in an incremental and a responsible way in terms of our regulations. Definitely, and there was a submission to the board that was recently made for consideration to add on our centers of excellence as we are able to raise more funds. We are looking at in the next financial year to have a minimum of 2. And again, with those 2 centers of excellence, those research-intensive universities must also partner with other universities so that we can actually make sure that there is that skills transfer and there's also this support in terms of research initiatives. We've, like I've indicated, the University of Johannesburg has worked very well with the Walter Sisulu University, the Department of Construction Management. We even had a conference a couple of months ago, a colleague will give me the dates, where we were looking at the postgraduate conference where those that are doing their doctorates and masters could also present there. We had a lot of international scholars and industry leaders to come and assist them in that journey. And it was actually quite a unique conference also, because it's not that a student will present a paper and then they go. A student will present a paper, they will spend another 30 minutes with the student in the conference room where to indicate this is where you can improve your study, this is where you need to be publishing your work, and if you want collaboration, there's that. There was also a writing seminar, so it's actually quite a nice support network for universities also to just foster a research collaboration between our universities, especially those that are not research intensive, those that are at the forefront of generating knowledge in the construction industry. With Agrima, we've actually discussed we've actually entering into quite a few collaborations. One, in terms of sharing because we would have a lot of, a CIDB, we have a lot of capacitation sessions with the clients. We have a lot of capacitation sessions with our clients. So Agrima has also agreed to join us so that when we do SEM type capacitation, there's also technical capacitation on how to integrate some of their alternative built-in technologies to the specs so that these can be used widely. We are also in discussion in terms of their provincial presence to sharing offices and resources in order to be able to, for them to have also quite a larger footprint. And the work that we do, 3 centers of our centers of excellence will also contribute in that aspect. We also even going beyond that to just improve also efficiencies in how we run our businesses. We are in discussion on the shared services model, where some of the services they could get from the CIDB, like for instance, legal, because if an entity is of a certain size, it might not make sense for them to just have a fully fledged legal department, whereas another sister entity has that department. So we're looking at issues around legal, IT, and possibly HR. And we've had quite lengthy discussions on that, and we've started also supporting each other in terms of that. So the collaboration between the entities has improved, and we have also the CEOs forum amongst ourselves to also discuss areas of collaboration so that we can amplify our impact and use the limited resources that we have in the best way for the country. In terms of project failures, in my view, there are 2 aspects of this really. It's also, one, you need a skilled client to be able to spec the project correctly, take it out and manage the contract, hence the capacitation on infrastructure delivery management system, and also a skilled and competent contractor, hence even the adjustments in the registration criteria to look at also the contractor competence to improve that aspect. And the build program will help us in that through the standards that have been gazetted and the funds that will be used for enterprise development, where we are strengthening the business through management systems and other initiatives, and also the people that work there through the skills that might be required, and even other partnerships, for instance, with the CITAs, because we've also recently signed an MOU with them to saying we don't want to duplicate efforts there. If they are offering a solid bricklaying, for instance, program, let our contractors that are on the development programs benefit from those sort of programs, and we will deal with the business side of the training in terms of contracts, tax, and other aspects that are required for the success of a business. But there is also the other aspect that I noted also of cash flow for a business. We need to be paying our contractors on time. And I do agree, and that's the stance we have taken also to saying ignorance, Honorable Tring, ignorance of the law does not mean you're innocent. We had well-publicized the build program. We conducted a number of capacitation sessions, and we said to the clients, we will not stop doing that, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't comply. And that has been our stance on that. And through the IGR processes, we are also looking at punitive measures, but we've also entered that partnership with the AG to assist us. The one that is still being concluded is one with Department of Labor, because they also carry a register of people applying for permits. So that's another source that we want to use to highlight to check for non-compliance and take that through our enforcement route. Honorable chairs, as I replied to that one of what the material irregularities, Chair, and thank you for that. And then Honorable Mjobo highlighted the issue of transformation. You know, without meaningful transformation, there are many social challenges that we will face as a country. Hence, we want especially prioritize, because that's where we've been hit hard by the most. By the lack of projects is on women-owned construction companies. So even the build program is focusing first on those, on women-owned construction companies. And my own personal bias will show, because the next on the list is the youth. So I think with those interventions will ensure long-term sustainability of the industry. Yes, on Honorable Hinckley's question regarding the Auditor General and why we actually also want to work with them is that we are committed to proper corporate governance as the CIDB. We do believe that we can conduct our affairs in a manner where we are not afraid of, any of our affairs being exposed. So that's why we take the work of the Auditor General serious and ensuring that we clean up this issue of this recognition or the estimation of the built revenue. Because if someone looks at it from a distance and they say, oh, material misstatements in the financial statements, they sometimes could think, why would I trust the CIDB with my money if they can't handle their financial affairs? But what we are looking at is really cleaning up that aspect. Yeah, and we will continue to work with the AG. The Honorable Van Schalkwyk, you noted, yes, that issue of the 23 clients that I've indicated that we actually did undertake the capacitation, but we chose to register it at 0 because we didn't have signed MOUs as part of the evidence. And there was also a question regarding, yes, from the Auditor General accounting for the unregistered project. That's the matter that we are trying to resolve as to how should we be dealing with that aspect, because we do believe that within the GRAP standards, similar to how SARS has accounted for the revenue on the income revenue from taxpayers, they use it on a cash basis, and other entities like the compensation fund and others, and we believe that they are using those provisions of GRAP to account for that. And that would actually help the industry, well, that would actually help in terms of the accounting practices, and then we improve on the efficiencies. And what we were also trying to explain to the colleagues and from the Auditor General is the impact also of having estimates that could not be realized, because the audit reports, the financial statements must provide meaningful information to the users of those statements. So if, for instance, I come and I say to this honorable committee, we estimate that we'll collect 200 million from built funds and not projects that are rolled out, industry will understand it as there's 200 million for development. And then when we come back, because you also have to tick quite a few boxes, that information must be reliable, it must be recoverable. So it's those aspects that we are trying to deal with in terms of the unregistered projects. The reduction, yes, in contractor 7 to 9 is a serious concern. And that's why we are providing the developmental initiatives and also amending our registration criteria to enable more people that are skilled also in the sector to participate, especially in the higher grades. There was a question regarding construction mafia and what is it that we are doing about. We've been participating also and also providing advice in terms of how to deal with this aspect, and even meeting with those groupings to understand really the main gripe there. There are criminal elements that must be dealt with through the enforcement agencies, and we cannot run away from that because there is an aspect of that delayed service delivery, employment of our people, and it just stops, it significantly impacts the industry. And we as the CIDB will support those initiatives. But there is an aspect also of clients when we undertake projects, we have to do proper social facilitation in projects so that even the communities themselves become custodians of protecting these shared resources that they will be getting as infrastructure. Because we do make mistakes sometimes of playing lip service to social facilitation. It's actually a critical aspect of a project life cycle where the community must feel ownership of the project. They must feel that they'll also be meaningfully engaged, including through subcontracting that happens. So it's very difficult to go to a project and disrupt that where the community is benefiting during construction and that. But the criminal elements of it, I do think that the stance that has been formed also with the SAPS, I think those are meaningful. And as the CIDB, we will continue that, because our interest is really to see a construction industry that is alive and booming, because we know that it will contribute a lot to the country. Honorable Chair of the committee, yes, we are committed to really tightening our having a more developmental registration criteria and actual support to our construction companies, especially those that are owned by women, youth, and others in the designated groups, so that they could be meaningful participation in the higher grades of construction. And we do believe this will show significant results in the short term, because what we want to just make sure is that we have provided enough support in terms of capacity, so that when we gazette the new registration criteria, of which we are also engaging with client bodies, we are also engaging with contractors, also through the National Stakeholder Forum, so that we have a more holistic view of our ability to really ensure meaningful participation of the emerging sector, but still providing the risk mitigation, because at the end of the day, no one wins from failing infrastructure or projects that are not finished or end up costing the country more. Chair, I'm not sure if there are any questions that I have missed, but I have tried to take as detailed of notes as possible, Chair. Chair of our board, is there any aspect I need to clarify them? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Bongani. Thank you, Mr. Nzo. I don't know whether UDM has something to say, so that we then wrap up and allow CBE. I can see that Dr. Dlamini is here.
Good. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and I really appreciate the accolades given to the team, CIDB. As I said in my opening remarks, that they are one of our best performing entities. And I do want to indicate to the honorable members, yesterday we were meeting IDT, and IDT had an improved audit outcome. Agrima had an unqualified audit outcome. We now were meeting CIDB, which has a qualification owing to the circumstances they have explained, but generally they are in a good state of financial management and health. We will be meeting CBE just now, and CBE has a clean audit. And I do want to say these are not just results that come out of their own. It's results that are driven. When we meet in our quarterly meetings, we do pay attention to those areas that we know and we see can lead to a bad outcome. And therefore, the effort is always there to drive good governance. But also, I thought I needed to clarify one or two other issues. The question of the private sector falling within the regulations, and would like to remind the honorable members that the Act itself, the CIDB Act, as it stands, it it directs the board to regulate the industry, the construction industry as a whole. Yes, there are some sections of it. For instance, Section 5, subsection 3 talks to a deliberate drive to focus on the public sector for purposes of ensuring development of the industry. And therefore, there is no overreach when they say we have been paying much attention to the public sector, yet we are expected to regulate the whole industry, whether public or private. So there's no overreach, and whatever regulations that would be coming out of CIDB, obviously being a government that enforces public participation, they would be regulations that would have been consulted upon and agreed. And therefore we need not fear this route. Thirdly, on the collaboration, I think the CEO has quite explained in detail their footprint, but also collaborating amongst themselves. Our drive or our interest is to ensure that the services that our entities provide, communities must be able to access them easily without hindrance. And therefore, this is one other area that we drive in our quarterly meetings, and we encourage such collaboration. I thought that let me just, in closing and appreciating the good comments and the questions from the honorable members, as I always say, those questions help us at times. We may respond now, but at times they help us think better and improve our thought process around areas where continuous improvement is needed. But let me appreciate and thank the honorable members for their inputs and their comments and questions. I think we've tried to answer every question, except to say, Chair, from your point, you commented on the CIDB Amendment Act, which I can safely say that now the drafting has been done, the memo, the internal memo has been done. We had to test a few issues with the legal services, and therefore it is now within that process en route to cabinet for a cabinet's approval. Shortly, we will be coming back again to the committee with that Amendment Act. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you so much, DM, for that explanation and that input. We really appreciate the work that you are doing with these entities. The reason we are concerned with this Amendment Act, as we all know, that CIDB is the regulator of the construction sector. And as such, the current act that they have has limitation. That was brought to our attention, I think you'll all remember, by the councils of the CBE, especially the built environment. They brought to our attention the limitations that are in the CIDB Act. So that's why you will find us asking, when is this amendment being done and all that, because we don't want such an entity
which has as its mission and agenda to transform that construction sector, being limited by its own act. So that's why we are always talking on this, and we appreciate that it is at that stage now of being an internal memo going to cabinet. It shows that you're really working hard. Thank you again, honorable members, for your deliberations and input and comments in this when we're dealing with the annual report of CIDB. I'm talking about CBE because we're going to deal with CBE now. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the Board, CEO of the CIBT, and your team. We will now invite the Chairperson of, let me greet them first because they were not here when we started the meeting. Greetings to the Chairperson of the CBE Board, the CEO, and their teams that are here today to present to us their annual report, and they are, but they've performed so well according to Auditor General. I was going to say their audit action plan, but we are here. We are preparing for our BRRR report as the portfolio committee, as we are dealing with your annual reports. The CIBD chair and their teams, they can be excused if they have other businesses, but if they would like to continue with us, then they can be in the meeting. Over to you, Dr. Dlamini.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable the Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, my colleagues from the CIDB and the management team of the CBE. Good morning to you all. It is an honor, Chairperson, to be presenting the annual report for the year 2021-22. When the year started, we had set for ourselves three fundamental areas of focus in the APPs, one of which was at the core of the CBE mandate, which was to make strides in terms of transforming the built environment professions. One is happy to report, Honorable Chair, that when we look at the stats, they are starting to tell us something in terms of the interventions that the CPE has put into place, in particular through the TCCs that were ratified by the Executive Authority and this committee. So what we are beginning to see now, from a situation where in 2019 we're sitting at 73% white dominance in terms of registered professionals. Today we are happy to report that we have made strides and we are currently sitting at 62% of white dominance. It's still a long way, but I am happy that when we're presenting this to our Executive Authority, they gave us the challenge to say perhaps we should go back to our drawing boards and come up with drastic interventions that we can recommend to the Executive Authority that start now saying within the next 5 years, this is where we would like, this is the kind of progress that we would have loved to have seen. And to be able to do that, these are the interventions that we are putting in place. So I guess in the next financial year, that's what will be going into our APPs, so that if the current strategies that we have in place are not working, we can look at other more aggressive interventions that can turn the picture around. Because what we would like to see at the end of the day is that the built environment profession must reflect the demographics of this country. And this is not something that we would like our children to be still grappling with. It must be done within our time. And if there's anything that needs to be done in as far as maybe amending existing legislation to enable that, we believe that honorable members will be able to support us in doing that. And then the second area of focus, Honorable Chair, that we had set for ourselves was to accelerate skills development and looking at it from intakes into our built environment professions, looking at throughput in the universities, and also looking at how graduates get absorbed in the sector, and how soon they are able to register as professionals. Again, I am happy to report today that from a picture where we're sitting at about 20% throughput in the universities, currently we are sitting at 30% throughput. It's still very low, which again, when we put this to the executive authority, again, we were challenged to say, perhaps again in this area, we do need to come up with more drastic interventions that can accelerate the pace, because at this pace, there is no way within our lifetime we will be able to change the picture. Because if the pipeline, there are bottlenecks in that system. The numbers in terms of people that qualify or that register as professionals at the end of the day will still be very low, because there are shocks in the pipeline. So again, this is an area that we are looking at holistically, so that going forward, we can again come up with more drastic interventions, which might involve, in this case, interacting with the Department of Higher Education to address the issues of throughput in our built environment schools, in terms of where exactly are the bottlenecks, and also in terms of the absorption of graduates into the sector. And then the last one that we had set for ourselves as a target was the empowerment of women, the youth, and people with disabilities. Again, through the work of the TCCs, a lot of work has been done in this area. Just last week, we had a women webinar. We would have loved to have it in August, but due to certain logistics, we couldn't have it during that Women Month. But we still had it last week, and it was such a success where we were exploring in terms of what is it that is blocking women from really climbing up the ladder and getting there in the higher grades where it matters. Because in the lower categories of registration, as you know, that the different councils have got different categories of registrations. The work that you get there, it's insignificant What matters is if you are registered at the higher grades of registration. So again, I'm happy to report that although the process is very slow, but from a situation where in 2019 we're sitting at about 11% participation of women in the different professions, currently we are sitting at 13%. So with that, I would like Chairperson to thank the leadership of the Honorable Deputy Minister, who has really given us the marching orders in terms of the kind of interventions and the support in terms of what the industry was putting forward to say this is what we envisage that it can assist in turning the picture around. So the details, Honorable Chair, will be in the CEO's presentation. So without any waste of time, I will hand over to the CEO. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson Lamini, members of the Portfolio Committee, and Deputy Minister and my colleagues. Can I please be afforded the right to share the slides, Secretariat? Secretariat, can you hear me? Chairperson, I'm not sure whether I can proceed so long they can flight on their side, so I don't actually waste the committee members' time. If that is permissible, I can still go through the slides when I'm able to project. Then I'll project where I would be at the time, if that is fine, Chair. Chair, can you hear me, Chairperson?
I'm not sure what's going on, Miss Maiza. Let me see if there we go. You've got it. Okay.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think there was a miscommunication. Am I audible, Chairperson?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much.
Apologies. I am on the way. I have asked Honorable Jobo to come in for me. I may lose network somewhere. So sincere apologies, Dr. Dlamini. Sincere apologies.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, just to take where the Chairperson of the Council has started, I think one of the benefits that we have in Chair to appear in front of you, we just had an engagement with yourselves almost a week ago, and a number of issues that you had raised were taken into account into the work that we need to do moving forward. So that's a benefit that we had, because I think we had a very detailed engagement, and the advice given to us as by the committee was well received by the collective that is coming from CBE, led by Chairperson Zamini, Deputy Chair, myself, and as well as my other colleagues, Sari and Puti, who are on the program. Chairperson, just for the formalities, just to indicate that this is what the presentation will cover, but obviously we'll skip through some of the slides because the presentation was given to members of the committee, just to ensure that the content that is projected to yourself is comprehensive enough as per the report that was submitted to the committee members. I will not really deal with some of the legal issues, obviously, because it's stuff that is available. I'll then zoom into the actual performance. And I think some of the aspects the chair has alluded to. Just for the record, we are presenting the CBE's performance report for 2021-22 financial year in terms of the commitment that we made in our APP. This is a slide that I won't deal with, but just to indicate that we are a Schedule 3 entity, which has a mandate structured in four parts. And obviously the mission and the vision of the organization and the values that governs the work that we do are projected in the slides that I'm stating. And the next slide really just to encapsulate the work that we do together with our councils. And then these are the programs that we have within the organization. And I think it's really structured in 5 parts, where we look at administration areas, transformation issues, skills and capacity development, research, advisory, and public regulation. So these are the areas that actually covers the APP that was approved by council. I think Dr. Dlamini has covered the slide, but I think, Chair, it's important to restate the point that personally, when I joined CBE in November last year, I was advised by the DM and the minister that you are joining an entity that is a clean audit entity. So that's one aspect. The second aspect, we are also joining an organization that needs to re-platform and refocus itself on the work that it must do. And so there are a couple of issues that you need to, as a collective that you're working within the CBE, that you must look into. And I think the Chair Dlamini has covered some of those issues around the work that we must do in the transformation area. Because I think the point that was made by the committee, I think in November when we appeared to present the annual report, which was my first official appearance to the committee, was to say, yes, we hear you, CBE colleagues, you've done well, but how about transformation issues? And I think it's been a common thread whenever I interact with the committee members, that there are areas that requires us to pay attention to. And unfortunately, if you look at the overall performance, you'll note that we had about 19 areas and we achieved 17 and we missed 2. I'll then deal with those areas where we did not perform well. And on the areas that we did well, then we'll be able to zoom through on those quickly. In relation to the area that we did not do well, it was really a delay that was caused by our procurement processes. And really not really because of the system itself, but I think there were glitches in one of the service providers that we had appointed in terms of the information that they provided to us. And I think the appointment was only made later on, but I think the work was able to be pursued. So it was more about the delay in the supply chain because of some of the information provided by one of the service providers that we were interacting with. So that's one area which makes the 2 that we did not achieve. The second one was really around the issue which I think the committee has raised, and that as much as we are doing well in all other areas, but I think around the transformation issues, we seem to be lagging behind. And I think there was one target around the transformation intervention that we could not execute as an organization. And I think it was more about administrative issues that led to us not achieving that particular target. But I think in the interim period, while we're busy with preparing for the next APP targets, we're able to augment and continue with the work. So I think the area that we are paying attention to, as guided and advised by the committee and council, is around ensuring that we implement all the key agreed priority as per the transformation strategy that was approved by council. Just to give council some details without really reading each and every point, is that we are a clean audit entity, and I think CBE continues with that particular trajectory. And I think it's something that we build on as we try and ensure that we do other things. The second issue, Chair, which I think we presented was around the reorganizational design of CBE. We've started implementing it. I think moving forward, you'll begin to see some of the changes that we are making. I remember when we presented to the committee, there was a long discussion around some of the marketing platforms that we are using. And I think the argument that we put forward was that, yes, as an organization, there is a need to create visibility. And I think my colleague, Elia Bongani, was talking about the engagements that we are having together with other CEOs. One of the agreed program that we want to run collectively as the entities within Public Works is to have a shared services platform. I mean, I know CIDB has offices in 9 provinces, and I think we don't really need to have offices, but we have visibilities in other provinces as different entities. And I think it's something that we are driving collectively, besides the marketing that each and every entity will do, to especially not marketing CBE, but marketing the work that is done by council. So that's really the work that we've been doing. And I think Sari will cover some of these issues around the levies that we've increased. In relation to program 2 on transformation, the number of studies that we've conducted, just to talk to the one that I think would be important for us is the sector collaborative engagement that we've been having as CBE. In our engagement with the portfolio committee, we did indicate that we now having these fully fledged committees. Obviously, one appreciates that this forum can only be judged not by meetings that they are having, but the output that they generate and the kinds of impact that they make, and the industry is able to drive the agenda of transformation. Because in our view, we believe that CBE is a platform for the industry to ensure that there is a collective ownership of the work that must be done to transform the industry. And I think the point that we also make is that, yes, transformation should be anchored and led by an entity like ours together with council, but it requires a collective effort of all parties that are involved in the whole value chain. I mean, education sector, especially primary school, high schools, university sector, councils, including the private sector, we all have a different role to play, including the actual candidates themselves or students. They have to come to the party so that at least we can then pursue this broader agenda of transformation. So that's really the area that we've actually been managing to try and drive as an organization. We have contributed in the procurement bill, and we made a submission to the department just on behalf of the industry on how best we can start pursuing this issue of ensuring that when we deal with the built environment, there is a particular approach that we adopt as a country. And the last point that I want to amplify in relation to creating opportunities, I think this is a process led mainly by the Western Cape colleagues, and we've been able to convene through the TCC a session with all the provinces wherein we wanted to reintroduce this roster system. And I think provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga and Limpopo, they are beginning to explore and take lessons on what the Western Cape model is and tailor-make it to themselves. And I think it's a process that we've been able to lead. In relation to the capacity development, skills development, I think here, Chairperson, we've achieved all the targets that were set for the financial year. For example, working with councils as part of implementing a structured candidacy program, we've gone through to about 32 workplaces just to monitor on how the program is being rolled out. And obviously, this is it's progress that we are making around how do we ensure that we deal with the numbers that we presented in the past of candidates staying longer in as candidates. And also we did, I think one of the areas that we've actually paid attention to is to work with council to create awareness around the built environment sector. But I think we can do more around this particular area, especially focusing in those districts that can be regarded as marginalized, and work with different entities of the state and councils to ensure that kids are encouraged and supported to take a career in the built environment, as well as the issues of oversight that we did in accreditation together with our council. So I think those are some of the areas that, just to give the highlights to the committee. Around the research, which is program 4 and advisory, we also achieved all the targets that were set in the APP. Just to give committee members highlights on some of the areas. We actually have a built environment research hub within the CBE. So you are able to now start seeing some of the research papers that CBE has been publishing, and also some of the work that is framed around the research agenda that was approved by council. And we also did some advisory notes to the minister in terms of implementing one of the key areas of the CBE mandate, where we have a responsibility to provide advisory to the minister around some of the policy imperatives that are emerging that affects the built environment. In relation to the last program, which is protection of the public, mainly, I think that's an area which, when we met with the portfolio committee, there were issues raised by the committee, and I think we are attending to all of those issues that we raised. But in reporting to the work done in the previous year, all the targets that were presented, we achieved them. I think that the manner in which we want to move from just reporting that we received a grievance or an appeal, we adjudicated it within 60 days. I think that's a minimum baseline that we've set for ourselves. But I think it's important to ensure that we address issues of compliance, and then we can start moving towards issues of what does it mean, what kinds of appeals that are coming through, and how to ensure that together with councils we deal with those issues. And I think that's a point that we advance. And I think some of the points that we made by council member, by MP members of parliament, the portfolio committee, where we're taking into account on how best we can start addressing this issue moving forward. And I think the last point in relation to the regulatory environment, it's the work that we're beginning to do or continue to do just to strengthen governance of the councils that we work with. And I think the presentation that we made to the portfolio committee previously was specifically paying attention to this particular area of work. And I think some of the points that we raised towards the end around some of the limitations and some of the interventions that we want to make, I think will build on the work that we did in the previous financial year. Chairperson, maybe let me, so for completeness, I'll skip the next couple of slides and then Sari will come in just to conclude on the financial, so that at least we'll complete this part and then Sari will come back. Maybe just to give council context, I mean, you'll note that CBE at some point, I think it was financial year 1920, where the performance dipped a bit. But overall, there has been a steady performance of the organization. 1986, 63 was 2020, 1920, and then it increased again in the last financial year, and then we're currently sitting at 89%. So there's been a constant performance from the organization's point of view, and I think it's an important aspect which we are able to leverage from and build on. And I think Bongani was making a point earlier that when you are not able to deal with these matters, even the stakeholders can doubt your capability to manage their affairs. Just for recording purposes, in the previous financial year that we are reporting on, there were resignations of council members. There are about 9 of them that resigned. And at some point we didn't have a quorum, and I think that issue was entertained by the committee and the minister, and through the ministry and the DM address that particular issue. As things stand, we have about 15 council members that we have within council, because one member who was a public rep resigned from the department. So that member actually has not been replaced. But I think we've got 15 members, and I think the council is able to function. There were also resignation of the CEO and the COO at the end of June 2021. And I think that's really the process that led to some of us joining the organization. Around the issue of human resource, which I think it's important also to pay attention to, we have one colleague who within in terms of the people living with disability, and we've got 63% within the women executive. Obviously, I did indicate that there were resignations, and the company secretary was suspended in the first quarter of the financial year, and the new appointments were made in November 2021. And I think in terms of the demographics, obviously this is reflecting in relation to the old structure. It looks like there might be a high vacancy rate, but I think in terms of the work that we need to do, we should be fine as long as we are able to stabilize the senior management at executive level. And we are currently implementing the new structure in an event, which will then address some of the issues around the capacity within the organization. And that process is currently unfolding, Chairperson. Chair, I'll quickly go through these slides, only because, Chair, it's just to give the members the complete storyline. But I think in our recent appearance, we were able to present latest numbers to the committee in terms of how we're looking. So these numbers have slightly changed in terms of what we currently have as per the Q1 deliverables, which I think we're able to reflect. But I think in the main, the storyline of transformation continues. which I think it's an area that we are concerned about as an organization. So these numbers should be read together with the presentation that we deliver to the committee. And I think it will give you a sense that as much as the transformation continues to be a challenge, and I think there is an element that must be factored in by all of us, that if you look at the last 5 years, there has been a steady increase, especially as you take into account areas of recognition of prior learning and across different sectors, because I think this is an area which also has not been catered for in the work that we've been doing. But I think broadly speaking, I think the points that were raised by committee members in our previous engagement remains relevant, and I think that's an area which we are actually paying attention to. In relation to this point, Chair, just to indicate that our councils actually adhere to different agreements and they have engagements with various stakeholders internationally. And I think it's an area that actually makes us be relevant globally as well, and the work that we do to ensure that our professionals are able to migrate should they want to work in other areas, and also just to ensure that we're able to recognize those colleagues who might want to come and work in South Africa. And these are some of the partnerships that colleagues have actually entered into and the work that they've been doing across the board. So those are some of the engagements that also you'll see around the property valuers, the work that they do around the local government sector, just to strengthen the work that they do in that particular space. I think this slide, Chair, I actually preempted it earlier in terms of where we're getting a number of complaints. And I think you'll note that most of them, they come from certain entities, and really the ability for those entities to adjudicate these matters expeditiously, sometimes affected by the manner in which the act of those council is structured. I mean, if you look at EXA, it's a big council, and then for them to dispense of some of the items that they have, it requires about 30 members to come and convene and actually deal with the issue. So those are some of the issues that we deal with. I think there's been a question that has been raised by the portfolio committee around recognizing VAs. And I think you'll note that most of the VAs that we have falls within the EXA space and SACP&V. But I think also CIDB has a number of VAs that they've actually recognized. So I think it helps, it strengthens the industry when they have this voluntary association who wants to partake in the work of the council. Chairperson, let me stop here for now, just so that at least we can then allow council members to raise their comments or questions that they have, and then the team will then attend to those. And then maybe before I do that, then I can go back to the slides that I skipped on financials, and then Sari will then take through the committee members. I can fly that for you, Sari, and then we can proceed from there. Thanks much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I don't know, DM will come now, or I must call the members for the discussion, for the questions.
Thanks, Chair. For now, the financial information, the CFO take the committee through, and then after that, between the CEO and the chair, they will. I'm not sure who will be doing the rounding off from their side, and then we can then allow members to engage. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members. So I will be presenting the CBE financial information. You would note that the CBE in the current year had a 0.58% variance on their revenue. The main attributed to this was the shortfall on the levies income. What less than budgeted levies was received from only one professional council, which is EXA. So EXA has moved their system to a new system, which has actually resulted in the less less levies received. Then Chairperson, just to also highlight that there was a minor adjustment on interest that was received more than what was estimated. And this is actually a positive for CBE because it's actually just showing that we are optimizing our revenue. Then Chairperson, we also had minor other income that was received, and this is mainly due to the proceeds from insurance claims for assets that were replaced, as well as an accrued income for a claim that related to an employment benefit that was received from the CBE. Then Chairperson, if we move on to the next slide for the program expenditure, Chair. I just want to highlight here that from an overall perspective, the CBE has received a, I cannot manage the slides, Chair, so apologies for that. It just needs to go to the next slide. Thank you. Then from an overall perspective, Chair, here, just to note that including the asset additions that were purchased, CBE was sitting at an actual expenditure of 55.4 million rand versus a budget of 56.3 million rand. Chair, here, the the surplus was attributed mainly due to program number 1, which is the administration program. So here we have the depreciation and amortization that's not budgeted for, but because we're using a cash-based budget, but that is expend. And then the CEO also highlighted the delay in finalizing the procurement for the data center cloud bid that resulted in less expenditure. And then we also had a budget allocation for the 20-year strategic review. However, no suitable service provider was identified to undertake that project. Then we also utilized prior year committed funds for the revenue enhancement strategy, the organizational redesign, and computer expenses relating to our move to cloud, which resulted in an actual expenditure that exceeded the budget that was offset, resulted in the surplus. Then Chairperson, on the program number 2, which is the transformation expenditure here, Chair, you would note that there was, as highlighted, the start of the TCCs and the payment of the TCC chairpersons. So there was a slight variance on that. Then Chairperson, on program number 3, which is skills and capacity development, here we had a budget of 2,084,000, and we actually had an expenditure of 2,064,000, and there was a minor variance of 20,000 rand, which is mainly attributable to the third wave of COVID that resulted in savings on travel. Then Chairperson, on program number 4, which is our research and advisory program, here we had a budget of 648 with versus the expenditure of 21,000 rand. So the procurement of the knowledge management hub, which is the platform that we used to actually publish the research articles, that was only finalized towards the end of the financial year. So you'll see that expenditure on the knowledge management hub coming through in the next financial year. Then Chair, on the regulation and public protection, we had a budget of 816,000 versus an expenditure of 616,000. So there's a 200,000 rand variance there, Chair, which is mainly due to appeal committee fees. Due to the unpredictable nature of appeals, the number of appeals cannot reliably be estimated at the start of the year, Chairperson, and that is something that CB always closely manages. Then Chairperson, if we can move on to the next slide, just to present the audit outcome to the committee. This is the 6th year in a row that the CB has achieved the clean audit. It's an unqualified audit with no material financial findings. We timelessly submitted financial statements that were free from material misstatements, and we also had no new irregular expenditure that was identified. Then Chairperson, just to highlight to the committee that we also had a 8.5 million rand condonation of irregular expenditure, and we are making huge strides in addressing the old irregular expenditure. Then Chair, we had no instances of material non-compliance with specific requirements relating to legislation, and there were also no significant deficiencies in internal control that were identified. Chair, then on the performance information, the Auditor General, as it currently stands, does not express an opinion on performance information. However, they do in the management report indicate if they had to express whether there would have been any findings. So there were no findings that were issued on the CBE's performance information based on the scope that they had selected. Then, Chairperson, if you can move on to the next slide. I think we've covered this slide already in the CEO's presentation, Chair, and that would then conclude the presentation on financial statements for the CBE. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, I think that it's back to yourself now, Honorable Njobo. Or Honorable Dobongwana, it's back to you now. They're both, the report has been presented in finality. We are ready to take comments and questions from honorable members. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry to come in here, but at the end of the day, we don't seem to have any of our leadership guiding this meeting. Is there anybody who can take control?
Honorable Njobo, Honorable Chair said you were taking control of the meeting. DM, can you take control?
Can we acknowledge members for questions and clarities and inputs in the absence of our leadership?
I'd like to propose that Honorable Sharon please take over chairing this meeting at this stage, if that's okay.
Let's move, honorable members. I see Honorable Hickland raised their hand. I'm acknowledging her. Honorable
May I continue, Honorable Flint Skalkwyk?
Yes, you may. I see you raised your hand, followed by Honorable Gray Marie. In that order, thank you.
Thank you so much. I am going to start off by making a statement that was made to us by the Auditor General, that in which she started off her presentation in which she said that she was dismayed to say that there were two entities within the DPWI that did not submit statements to be evaluated, and those were Agrimar and the Council for the Built Environment. And I'm afraid I share her concern, because this is a very serious omission on the part, whether it is an omission or whatever you would like to call it. I find it deeply disturbing that the Council for the Built Environment did not provide a report for evaluation by the Auditor General. I am going to take and make my statements on the CBE based on an evaluation of the actual annual report than on the presentation that we have just received. So my deliberations are going to go very much along the lines of the annual report that was supplied to us. When I'm going to refer to pages, it's going to be to pages within the annual report itself. In program 1, you state that there were 2 KPIs that were not met. It was, one was the ICT strategic plan was not met, and also it was approved, but it was not implemented by the 31st of March. And program 4, 100% of identified transformation interventions were not implemented. They were completed, but not implemented by the 31st of March. 8 stages of the interventions were functional. Can you please indicate to us what they were, where they were implemented, and by whom? A significant number of resignations were rendered by members of the CBE Council, and this meant that by the last quarter of the year, the CBE Council was not quorate. I would like to draw the attention of this CBE to the fact that in March of last year, I drew the attention of this portfolio committee and the CBE and the minister and the deputy minister to the fact that I desperately, or it was March of this year, I beg your pardon, I desperately wanted the CBE to come before this council, before this portfolio committee, to explain what was going on with the CBE. It took until the 18th of May before the CBE actually came and reported to this portfolio committee about what was going on. There were such serious contraventions of what was going on at the CBE. There were such serious breaches that were happening within the CBE that made the decisions taken by the CBE totally incorrect. The decisions taken by the CBE in terms of all their appeals and in terms of all the meetings held by the CBE, which meant that the decisions that affected this annual report cannot be deemed quorate. And this is reflecting for me on the financial implications of this annual report being questionable. I called for a meeting because I was worried about the financial figures that are being reported on here as being questionable. When you came to present to us on the 18th of May, you had already tried to rectify some of the problems that we identified as a portfolio committee in March. But it was already too late because the amendments that you had made were material findings to what was being done prior to this financial statement coming to the auditors. And I needed noted that it was serious matters that had happened. The CBE submitted names to the minister for councillors who had resigned. With the Engineering Council of South Africa, 19th of August, 2021. The South African Council for the Architectural Profession, 6th of December, 2021. SACP-CMP on the 3rd of February, 2022. This is reflected in page 18. The CBE reported to Minister Patricia de Lille to replace public reps on council on the 24th of February, 2021. On the 23rd of March, 2022, the minister appointed replacements for 3 public reps, one of which declined that nomination. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of the Act, the minister was supposed to have appointed those public reps within 60 days of notification that those public reps had resigned. These appointments were not made. How long overdue were these councils in appointing public reps to replace the public reps that had resigned? These nominations, the nomination that was declined, for which council was it? And why did she decline this? The first meeting that the DM held with us, she admitted to us that these nominations had been, she had been alerted to this error. From August to April, no decisions, no appeals could have been heard because the CBE was incorate. These are very, very serious governance challenges that have beset the CBE since
We can't hear you now, Honorable Eklund.
It's not just the last quarter of last year. It's not just the last quarter under review. I'm going to turn my video off because it must be a bit. The CBE has been incorate for much longer than just the last quarter. This annual report, which is why I believe it was not sent to the Auditor General report that you have presented. None of the reasons that, for example, the CEO and the COO resigned, none of the reasons for these resignations were made known to us. I see now, I went onto the website, your CFO has resigned as well. The CFO has not been replaced. Your company secretary was put on suspension. Is that company secretary still being paid? Has the company secretary been replaced? These are very serious governance challenges that are still besetting the CBE that have not been addressed. Supply chain management governance is governed by the PFMA and the Treasury. The Auditor General's report, even for 2020 and 2021, suggested that there are governance challenges within the CBE. No submission for this year suggests that those governance challenges have not been addressed. I am concerned that governance challenges within the CBE are not being addressed. They were not addressed last year. They are not being addressed this year. I am concerned, Minister. I am concerned, Deputy Minister. The CBE is the umbrella body of 6 built environment professional councils that are governing the built professionals of this entire country. Why are these issues not being addressed? Because it is going to translate all the way down the line into challenges that are going to beset the built environment professions 100% throughout the councils, right the way through this country. We cannot afford to have built environment professional councils beset with governance challenges. Moving on to the budgets for this particular year. In terms of the budget for the budget reports for for program 1, 96% of your budget was spent. For program 2, 140% of the budget was spent. Program 3, 99% of your budget was spent. Program 4, which is research and advisory programs, It was dramatically underspent. Research and advisory, that is such an important aspect of what the CBE is supposed to be doing. You are concentrating on transformation. As I have to support Honourable Graham Murray, I understand that transformation is integral to where we are as a country. But when you get to this point in our professional lives, transformation should have happened. We cannot be legislating about this now. We need to be advising on research and advisory matters, not on transformation. Your money must go into research and advising the minister and the CBE councils on governance issues and on looking at research and discussion into building a better built environment profession. And yet you only spend 3% of your budget looking at policy matters for the built environment profession. How can this possibly be the way in which the Council for the Built Environment Profession conducts its work? It is totally unacceptable to me. It is absolutely unacceptable that we have a lack of supportive policies guiding the built environment profession. Women access only 19% of public contract and public enterprises in this country. And yet they constitute 51% of our population, but we do not have policies to enable them to guide their way, the way in which they access the work. It does not make sense to me that only 3% of the budget is spent on research and advisory programs to assist them. Program 5 deals with regulations, and 75% of the budget is spent on that. I look at the fact that the Dr. Sitsabo Dlamini in the 2021 year attended, the 2020-21 year attended 96 council meetings. In the 2021-2022 year, he attended 104 meetings. The previous chair only attended 30 meetings, if memory serves me correctly. He is spending more time attending meetings than anything else. In the last term, the last year, he earned 563,000 Rand for attending meetings. This year, he attended more meetings than he did last year. What is his remuneration going to be for attending meetings? Why is he not driving research and advisory policies? Why is he attending meetings? That is not his job. We cannot allow this to continue while governance issues beset the voluntary associations that are that form the major part of what the CBE is. We have disputes and interdisciplinary hearings that are besetting the CBE, whether it's in the Engineering Council, whether it's in SACAP, whether it's in the SACPMC, whichever voluntary association it is, we're finding issues that are governance related. This cannot be the way in which the CBE handles its day-to-day functions. They must rather be concentrating their efforts on dealing with the governance challenges that are besetting the councils and that are besetting the built environment professionals. I think the Council for the Built Environment Professional, the council itself, is becoming far too hands-on in day-to-day work and not involving itself in the issues in which it needs to involve itself. I'm afraid the Council for the Built Environment Professionals does not get a vote of confidence from me. I'm sorry, Chair. I think a lot more needs to be done to address the governance challenges that I have seen in the CBE, and I will leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Yeklin. We give time to Honourable Kramer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Much appreciated. Congratulations to the CBE for having achieved a clean audit again. And 89% achievement is not bad. Concerning that one of your driving factors is transformation, and yet you didn't achieve all the targets there. I also have worked a little bit off the annual financial statements, so I'm just going to cover some of my areas of concern. I think Honourable Hicklin has certainly covered the issues around governance issues. One of the things that was done by the CBE over this last year was there were 4 marketing activities that were undertaken, and they were done on various radio stations. My question is for what and to whom? It says there obviously to inform people about what the work is that the CBE does. But my understanding is that yours is an oversight role, that it's a consolidation role, that it's a advisory role over the existing councils. Why are you not supporting the existing councils to make known what they're doing? And again, what really is the role of that? Because the existing councils exist for people that are already in those jobs or want to be in those jobs. It's not like a general public thing where people know that, you know, they need to know that SACAP exists or SSCP-CMP exists or whatever. So I just need to understand what you're marketing and how that's being done. I would like to commend you on slide 17. You spoke about some of the initiatives you've taken, and I'm absolutely thrilled to hear that you have engaged with schools. I think it's absolutely critical that we continue with that grassroots engagement so that people understand. To me, that's the sort of thing that you should be doing, is talking about the built environment and what opportunities there are there. And from a transformation perspective, that's the kind of thing that should be being done. I'm not entirely sure that going on the radio is helpful, but nonetheless. And then also, you did 2 reports that you spoke to on slide 20. Looking at the titles of those reports, obviously I haven't seen the reports themselves, but based on the titles of those, I think both of those are excellent initiatives. So congratulations on that. In terms of the annual financial statement, one of the things that concerns me is that you had over expenditure on the transformation agenda in terms of program 2, and yet you had an underachievement there. So it's a little worrying that there's a correlation between an over expenditure and an underachievement. You spoke about the voluntary associations, and I've put in questions to the minister on this, and I'm still not understanding it. In terms of your slide, there are 7 voluntary associations that are not recognized. Why are they not recognized? And what are they doing that is different to what the recognized voluntary associations are doing? And are they a threat to the Council for the Built Environment in terms of the fact that they are not aligned to the existing councils for the built environment professionals? You know, it's one of the things that I've been saying for a while is, what do these councils offer to the built environment professionals that would make them want to uptake the membership and the benefits thereof? And I still think that's something that's got to be looked at more closely, is what is the benefit of being a member there? Because I know, for example, on SSCP-CMP, the cost of continuous professional development, the courses are offered by that built professional council, but they're so high. And you know, there are a lot of people, or the membership, there's no acknowledgement of people who've lost work because of contraction in the construction industry, and yet there's no allowance for people that are struggling to keep up their registration, and as a result, maintain their registration so that they can get another job. We need to start using these councils as an uplifting, proactive, supporting body for the members of those professions, as opposed to just seeing them as cash cows and as a control mechanism. So I think we need to start revisiting what the role is of the CBE, because I'm still not entirely sure that the CBE knows what its agenda is and what it's supposed to be doing. And I think that's part of the problem is that they're sort of flailing a little bit in terms of where they fit into this whole built environment thing. And do those built environment professional councils need a CBE? Or are they actually able to just create an overarching body of their own that oversees their particular needs? Also, if you take something like the SACP CMP, people have to register for occupational health and safety. So your SHE reps and your SHE agents and all of that register through that, but they're legislated and they report to the Department of Labor. So there's crossovers that are making it difficult for people. So I get people who contact me and say, we've got an issue with this, and I can't deal with it because it's not a public works issue because it falls under the Department of Labor. So I think we've really got to start re-looking at how these structures all work and whether or not they're deriving the best possible benefit from belonging to the Council for the Built Environment and the Built Environment Professional Councils. And that also raises the question is the CBE, South Africa's CBE, recognized by equivalent bodies internationally? Do those exist? And if so, what are the benefits, and are there any collaborative engagements that the CBE, because we saw that there are agreements with EXA and all of those bodies, but is the CBE as an overarching umbrella body collaborating with similar bodies around the world to look at things like best practice and those kind of things? Just on your annual financials under the HR section, if you look at your vacancy rate, you'll see that under research and advisory program, you've got 100% vacancy rate listed. However, it says there are 4 posts, 2 are filled and 2 vacancies. I'm not a brilliant mathematician, but that would give me a 50% vacancy rate on that one. So just check that. And then obviously, again, this organization is clearly entirely grant funding dependent. If you look at your income from your own activities versus income from grants, I don't think in the very near future this is going to be a separate independent going concern. Is there a target to achieve that, or is this going to just be the norm and this will remain as a funded entity? I also wanted to raise the number of meetings attended by both the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. 111 meetings seems somewhat excessive for any board, particularly one that isn't as, I mean, if you look at the work being done, say, by the CIDB or the IDT, I would actually expect those board members to have more to do than what is happening in the CBE. I don't understand how a chair and a deputy chair are attending 111 meetings each in a year. I don't even know how 111 meetings are being held in a year. And then finally, under irregular expenditure, there was an amount that I think it emanated from last year, which has been carried over into this year. I see that charges were laid against the supply chain official. I just wanted to know whether there's been any progress on that case, just in terms of consequence management, and also whether or not there's been any attempt to recover the money that formed part of that irregular expenditure. That's me for this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kraimare. I don't see any other hands, so I'll move forward with my inputs. I want to welcome the presentation has been made by CBE and also commend them for the continuous clean audits over the past 5 years, and also the 83% of targets achieved. So I'm not going to venture into the issues that's already been raised by the previous members, whilst I share the same sentiments with them, I'll just quickly raise the issue in terms of the implementation of the development pipeline of the built environment professional graduates from secondary school, FETs to the universities, until our children are professionally registered built environment professionals. So I need some clarity in that regard. Also, whether CBE works with any faculties of engineering, all types like civil, electricity, chemical, etc., architecture, all types of design, quantity surveying, etc. The specific info we need is whether the CBE influences the curriculum of these faculties so that the students are taught courses that is fit for purpose for the South African development democracy. We really need an answer or clarification in that regard. I also want to know, what is the CBE doing to propagate the use of fit for purpose, environmentally friendly building materials and systems, including the eco labeling that Agrima SA tests and certifies? So I've also heard that you are talking about the skills and capacity development and also the awareness that you are doing in the number of 87 awareness, both environment and career awareness that you've been doing over the period under review. So I was just, I just need some clarification. All this 87 awareness campaigns, is it across all provinces? And which areas have you focused on? Because we really need these kind of awareness campaigns to be across all the provinces, across all the regions, so that especially our previously disadvantaged communities also benefit from these campaigns. I think that's my question for now, and I'll give over then, in the absence of any other inputs, to DM and the team for feedback. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable van Schalkwyk, Acting Chair. Let me do as usual, allow the entity to respond, and I will come to round up. Thank you. Over to the Chair, Dr. Dlamini, and the CEO, Mr. Msiza.
Okay.
Msiza, yes.
Yes. Thanks, Honorable DM. I will allow the CEO to take the first bite, and then I will come if there are any other outstanding matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, committee members. I'm with my colleagues, Sari and Puti, just so that at least we attend to the question in an orderly manner. I will allow Puti to attend to a few questions that were posed, and Sari can attend to the SCM and AG related matters. And then I'll deal with the rest of the questions, and then the chair can then fit in where I would have omitted some answers. If that is permissible, Chair, I'll request that.
You may proceed. You may proceed.
Sorry, you can come through, ma'am.
You may proceed as indicated.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In response to Honourable Hickland's question regarding the report by the Auditor General, Chair, I have contacted the Auditor General, and they indicated that in the first slide, directly after the reputational promise, the entities are cited that have not submitted financial statements. And they've indicated it was the Parliamentary Village Board that has not submitted financial statements since 2013. Chairperson, and also if you look at the CBE annual report and you focus specifically on page number 144, 143, 144, and 145, you would note that this is actually the auditor's report on the CBE's annual financial statements. And this is a report that is issued in concurrence with the Auditor General of South Africa. So the financial statements for the CBE was in fact submitted to the AGSA chairperson. Then just to also address the underspent on program number 4 relating to the research and advisory services. Chairperson, here just to note that the CBE actually engaged a service provider to launch the Knowledge Management Hub. And that service provider was appointed in February. So work had already commenced for the Knowledge Management Hub for both February and March. And that project was only finalized in the new financial year. So that's why the program number 4 looks underspent. However, that funds have been committed and is actually part of the commitments that have been disclosed on the financial statements. Then Chairperson, on Honourable Graham Arrea's questions, just on the over expenditure and the underachievement on program number 2, just here, Chairperson, just to note that the TCCs were a new initiative that the CBE had implemented, and that the payment of the TCC chairpersons we needed to do a whole bunch of market research in terms of what needs to be paid to these chairpersons. And from that payment for the new TCCs that were established, there was a slight underestimation that had happened that was fixed. Then Chairperson, just on the funded entity, so the CBE currently does have a revenue enhancement strategy where it is going to focus on shared services together as the alternative dispute resolution function that is currently being cited. So we are looking to facilitating in achieving additional budget from these initiatives that were identified from the revenue enhancement strategy. And we would see that coming forward in the 2024-2025 financial year that has been done. Then Chairperson, just on Honourable Graham Arrea's question relating to the irregular expenditure there, Chairperson, just to note that the cases were reported to SAPS. So SAPS is currently busy with the investigation. We have followed up numerous times with SAPS as well on this matter. And then I'll leave the question regarding the consequence management on the other employee to the CEO for answering. Thank you very much, Jay.
The next one may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Is Putimana Mel. I will tackle the first one, the second one by Honourable Hickling, the issue of transformation target, and I also tackle the one by Honourable Mare on voluntary associations and the career awarenesses that we have done. On the first one of Honourable Hickling, the issue of targets and the transformation that were not achieved. If you refer to CBE annual report, page 47, we clearly state those activities that we have done, and some of them are the TCCs that we have been able to form, of which, based on those TCCs, we have been able to contribute towards the issue of transformation in terms of looking at the procurement. We have been able to submit procurement changes and inputs to National Treasury, and also we have been able to contribute towards the National Infrastructure Plan. So if you refer to that page 47, it clearly states all the things that we have been able to do and those that we are not been able to do. The ones that we have not been able to do, Chairperson, is they were relying on third-party documentations, of which the Departments of Women and Women Settlement, we have not been able to get certain reports, of which we were unable to analyze the total number of female beneficiaries in those departments. Then on the issue of voluntary association, the question of voluntary association from Honorable Mare, professional councils, they have regulations that deals with voluntary associations, and those voluntary associations should apply to each council when they want to be recognized. And there are certain conditions that they need to meet. If you don't meet those requirements, you are not going to be recognized. But in most cases, the councils are always looking for issues that they can be able to assist these volunteers in order to be recognized. It's not the issue of maybe they just don't want to recognize them. It's because maybe they are not meeting certain requirements that they need to meet, and they are referred back to those voluntary associations to address those issues. So that is how we deal with voluntary associations. Then on the issue of the career awarenesses, the career awarenesses, they are based in all 9 provinces, of which we go to deep rural provinces, where in those deep rural areas, we have been able to even go to radio communities where we wanted to do this 87 career awarenesses, of which we went to Nongoma FM, of which is a radio community in KZN. We also went to Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Ingwane Radio FM, and also in Limpopo, just to publicize the career awarenesses that we have, of which we did go to all 9 provinces, and in deep rural areas, we don't go to necessarily metros, because in metros, we were of the view that there are a number of organizations that deal with those issues at that level. So those are the questions that I will answer. Then I will hand over to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to welcome the comments that were made by members and the spirit in which they came from. Chairperson, just to take a step back, you remember that Member Hickling is correct. There was a request from the committee for CBE to come and answer to a number of questions. We came to the committee and responded to all the questions that were raised at that time that related to governance issues around members that were at CBE, some of the issues that committee members raised. So we even provided all the written documentations just to enable the committee to deal with the issues at that point in time. And I recall in that meeting, Chair, we also indicated that some of the issues that related to the appointment of council members were at with the ministry, and there was a commitment out post that meeting that those matters would be attended to by the minister, and indeed they were attended to. Hence, new council members were appointed. So I'm addressing that particular issue broadly, Chair, because
I wasn't sure when it was raised on how else we need to respond to it broadly from the question that was posed. But I think there is merit in terms of the instability that it had caused for the organization. just to move to the question that relates to how then the appeals that were meant to be attended to by the CBE Council were attended to. Chairperson, if you remember in the previous engagement, we also indicated that the appeals committee is an independent team of professionals coming from the industry and made up of legal team as well. So what normally happens is that the council will then appoint these professionals or these experts to deal with matters on a 3-year timeline. So when there is an appeal that comes through to CBE, the matter will then be referred to the committee, which is independent. They will make their own findings. So the co-rating of council did not really have an impact on the appeals that were supposed to be attended to by CBE. So as per the process that we had communicated, the appeals outcome are communicated to all the parties within the timeline. But I think the point that maybe was raised by the members, even in our previous engagement, was the issue of how effective those kinds of decisions that are made by the committee in terms of ensuring that the issues raised are attended to by different councils. So maybe that's an issue that I think we need to attend to, but it has no relationship between the council itself and the role that is played by the appeals. The issue that I also want to address, Chairperson, that was raised by Member Hickling, in terms of the resignation, the one that I referred to, obviously I was restricting myself to, I've learned, Chairperson, that when you come to the committee, you restrict yourself to what you are asked to do. In the previous engagement, I was overexcited and I added information that ended up confusing members. So I just restricted myself to what we're reporting on. It is correct that we have 2 resignations of the senior executive within the CBE. One colleague who was a COO resigned and joined the Department of Public Works as a DDG. So obviously, it's a professional decision that colleagues make when they make advances. The CFO, like myself, she was on a contract, and obviously her contract was coming to an end next year, and whatever reasons that she might have had, and then she took a decision to resign from the organization. So that is correct. The process we also have started with the process of recruiting for those 2 colleagues, and the process will be concluded as soon as Chairperson. That's what we are trying to ensure, that there's stability, especially because I'm also new in the organization. I've been here for 11 months, and then suddenly you have a resignation of colleagues who've been around for longer. It can create a bit of instability, and I'm mindful of that, Chairperson. So I think the point is well made. In relation to the suspended company secretary, I think it's a point also we addressed. The matter is currently being attended to, and I think it's a point that I've made to my colleagues before they left, that we need to create a sense of stability, not only for the organization, but to ensure that when a colleague is subjected to a DC process, one, we observe all the legal prescripts, that the matter is, suspension must not be seen as a punitive measure. And once the process, whatever process that has been undertaken has been concluded, we quickly ensure that we kickstart the process of DC, and then we conclude the matter, whatever the outcome, as long as the process is fair and just and transparent, and then the colleague is afforded an opportunity to air his side of the story, and then the independent process is concluded. I think that's really where we are, Chairperson. And if there is a need for us to appraise the committee in the next engagement, we should do that on this particular issue. I think there was a point also Member Hickling raised around the research, the work that we do. And I think that's a point that we're making in our submission, that CBE has a broad mandate in terms of what we can do. And in the main, we want to start paying attention to the issues of research and advisory, because there are a lot of work that must be done
Yes, CIDB is not a research organization, we accept that. But I think we have a responsibility to ensure that we provide up-to-date information pertaining to the built environment, and not only to the minister, but also to the committee, and share the studies that we are undertaking. And one of those that we will come back and share with yourselves. Maybe what we can do also is to come back and present to the committee the study that was done a couple of years ago, which was about skills pipeline and throughput study. And I think that study is still relevant in a sense that the points that were raised by members in terms of the work that we must do, working with universities, in high schools, trying to publicize the industry. And I think it came from the study. And I think perhaps what we need to do is to be deliberate and intentional about the programs that we must develop. And I think between ourselves and council and my colleague in Ntombeni, we will be embarking on a much larger scale awareness campaign, not only the 87 that we did together with council and other sitters, but I think this one will be broader and bigger, and targeting mainly the areas that are in those districts that we think requires us to attend to. Just moving to points that Member Mary raised around the transformation target, and I think we take the point, and I think that's a point that members have raised as well in the previous meeting. And I think we don't want to sound like as if we are repeating ourselves, but I think the point that we're making there is that the reason why we could not achieve that particular target was more of an administration issue, where in the information that we needed to do oversight and monitoring of the work that is being done in that particular area was a third party, and we could not access that information. So it was more of an admin issue, which has been sorted out now. And I think moving forward, we should be able to clean up all of those targets, and we'll be able to report correctly. In terms of the marketing, and I think, Chair, this point was also raised by the committee, and we accepted the point, because we had to ask ourselves that going to radio stations and publicize the CBE and its council, yes, it's fine, because I think there is a view that we've taken together with my colleagues, the registrars, that perhaps we need to spend more time not only publicizing the work that we do, but also ensuring that there's an appreciation on what is the role of these councils, what do they do, what support they can provide, and not in a propaganda machinery type approach, but information that is useful not only for community members, but for members as well. And especially also in the relation to the work that CBE does around the protection of the public in terms of the built environment. And I think one of the points that we made was that there is work that we are doing currently in the Western Cape around the protection of the public. A member of the public raised an issue around the occupational health issues in one of the development in the Western Cape, which was brought to our attention based on the fact that we started engaging on this area. But I think the point that is being made around the impact of these engagements, I mean, from a marketing and comms language, they talk about above the line and below the line. I think from that point of view, we accept that perhaps we could have actually done it differently. And I think the view that we hold collectively with my colleagues is that the best way of marketing the work that we do is not only through media and others, but also is to demonstrate by doing the work that we must do. So I think we'll continue at that point, particular trajectory. I think you are correct, Member Maria, as well, that the work around targeting school, it's an area which we are attending to. So the other points I think were covered by my colleagues. And in terms of the work that we do around the collaboration, I think it's a point that we are advancing together with colleagues, especially with councils, to say if CPE has an overall responsibility to coordinate the work of these councils, all these kinds of interactions that we are having internationally should also enable us to re-platform the built environment as a profession in this country. And I think we can only do that collectively with our colleagues. And also, we don't want just to enter into arrangements with member structures that might not really advance the agenda. So I think we are very careful in terms of how we relate to the outside bodies. Obviously, we participate in structures that different councils are driving. And I think it's an area which we have to maybe pay attention to moving forward, Chair. And I think it's a point well made that we will actually have to try and strike that balance. I think the issue of irregular expenditure, my colleague Sari has attended to. Chairperson, the comments that you raised, I think some of the information is readily available for us to provide to the committee. And then I think just to address one or two points that you raised, we are doing a lot of work with universities, not only during the accreditation, but also just to talk to issues of curriculum development that is responsive to the challenges that are facing the country. Sometimes last year in November, I think one of the sessions that I think it was in December, there was a session that we attended at CBE, which was about discussing the state of the construction industry or construction education in this country. And I think it was not only about us saying, guys, you are giving us these numbers, and when we presented the portfolio committee, we are being lambasted that there's no transformation. But it was also about questioning whether the kind of education that comes through from these 13 institutions that we have in the country is enabling us to attend to issues that are confronting the nation. So there is a lot of interaction that we do with universities, be it VETS, UJ, all the universities that are offering built environment curriculum. There is a structured way of engagement with them. And I think the influence obviously is through this accreditation that we sit. I mean, one of my colleagues is currently in Bloemfontein with the Free State University with property valuers. I mean, that's one of the areas that in the country like ours, we have about less than 1,000 registered property valuers, and the kind of work that they need to do. I'm talking about the ones that we have in our registration books. And I think that's an area that we want to amplify, to say, how do we ensure that we don't just produce numbers, but we produce competent colleagues that are able to drive the agenda of the nation. And in relation to the work that the industry must pay attention to, I think it's an area which we're beginning to pay attention to as well. I think as an industry, we acknowledge that when there are issues of climate change, and we can't be spectators, we need to get involved and think about how best we can influence the processes of laying out infrastructure, the new building typologies, working with the Green Building Council. There is an engagement that we're having with the Building Council in the next coming weeks, just only to deal with the buildings. Obviously, we understand that the built environment is broader than just the actual structure, but from an infrastructure point of view, these flash floods that we're experiencing in the country, that also requires a change in approach on how we think about the built environment as a sector in this country in responding to the climate change agenda. And I think it is an area that CBE will have to drive, and not only from a publicity point of view, but coming up with programs and working with municipalities and other sectors that are implementing infrastructure programs. The last one, Chair, relates to the awareness. And I think perhaps just to share with the committee members, and I think Put did cover this issue as well. We intend to amplify these awareness programs, but in the main, the provinces that we have covered, the footprint would have been bigger if I think we were collaborating more. And I think that's what DM has been advising us to say, colleagues, between the 3 or 4 entities within Public Works and the council that we have, it cannot be that when we go to these places, we go as fragmented parties. So I think that's the agenda that we are driving collectively with the department, that moving forward, we'll be able to drive the awareness campaign on different programs that we do collectively. But we did cover all the provinces and mainly targeting the districts that are regarded as poor and that requires capacity from a stats information point of view. But obviously we could not do more than what we did, Chairperson. But I think moving forward, we should be able to think about those issues. Chair, let me stop there. Maybe the Chair can cover some of the other governance issues that I would have omitted, and then we can take it from there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. No, thank you very much, CEO. I think we've covered most of the points. I will just zoom on a few maybe that have got to do with council governance issues. Councillor, Honorable Hicklin, you talked about the impact of the resignations. According to our records, the only time where, as a result of the resignations of council members, council was not correct was from February this year, and by mid-June, the executive authority made the necessary appointments to fill all the vacant positions. And the fundamental reasons, honorable members, that led to these resignations was mainly the fact that the terms of office for the different councils, for the 6 councils, they are not aligned. So from last year, I think we saw the resignation of the council member that was representing the quantity surveyors because their term had come to an end. Then it was the property valuers, and early this year it was CPCMP. So that has been a problem, and we have made certain recommendations to the executive authority, and we are confident that that matter will be addressed in the next term of council. And you also, Councillor Hicklin, Honorable Hicklin, raised the question about why the one councillor declined the nomination in March, and which council she represented. Apparently, she was a public representative, and the reasons for her declining the appointment was that I think she had committed herself to other responsibilities that would not permit her to be available to serve as a council member. As you would know, circumstances change from one time to the other as people move into different places. And then the last one was the reasons for the resignation of the CEO and the COO last year. I think we may have reported on that previously, but one can maybe remind honorable members that the CEO was nearing retirement, and she intended to pursue a PhD. So she requested early retirement. That was the reason for resignation. And then the COO, as with other employees, she had greener opportunities elsewhere that offer something that a package that the CBE could not match, and as a result, she was released. He was released, and then yes, between the time that council was not correct, Honorable Hicklin, in March, from I would say March until June, the CBE Act, Section 21, mandates EXCO to do certain things on behalf of council. So EXCO came in, and we sought advice, legal advice, before that was done, and then EXCO then came in and provided the necessary oversight. So there's never been a vacuum in terms of governance oversight. So I think the other one was with Honorable Graham Murray on the numbers of meetings attended. I think this was also raised previously, and I think the executive authority did their investigations, and they were given all the information in terms of why there were those meetings, but I'm not so sure of the statistics that you, the numbers that you cited, if they are on their correctness. Maybe that can be checked against what is fact. And then I think the other matters have been addressed. I think the last one that I would like to address, it did come through from both Honorable Hickin and Honorable Kramare. The issue of transformation, honorable members, it's a very complex phenomenon. I think one can start there. And to demonstrate that, I will just cite three experiences that I've gone through as a professional in the built environment. In 1999, I wanted to study architecture in the traditional universities. And I was denied entry in those universities for whatever reason. And I ended up finding myself at what was then Technical Northern Transfer in Soshanguve. Not because it was my choice to go to Technicon, because I knew that they provided a level of education that would not enable me to immediately register as an architect. Having overcome that, we started in a class of 36. Only 4 of us managed to graduate with our diplomas. Again, the throughput issue. I reported earlier that we are currently sitting at 30% throughput in all the built environment schools in South Africa. Why? What's wrong? As if that is not enough, once you graduate, you go out there, you want experience that will enable you to register as a professional. Nobody gives you that experience. You try through whatever means. It's difficult. And right now we are still saying we are sitting with a backlog in terms of candidates that are sitting as candidates, cannot register as professionals because they can't get the necessary experience, exposure for them to register as professionals. After so many years, we are still grappling with the same issues. As if that is not enough, once you've registered as a professional, you are still faced with a situation where you face a lot of exclusion in terms of getting work on the grounds that you don't have sufficient experience. As we speak now, after so many years, all these years, we are sitting with a situation where in our database, we can go there and check, but I think we have got about 60% of Black registered professionals that run their own practices who are out of work. So really, you can judge for yourself, but to me, that tells me that whatever strategies we may have had in the past, it's time that we relook at them and really try and grab the bull by its horns and face this transformation question seriously. Because it cannot be that in a population where about 90% of the people, it's Black people, but in terms of their participation, it's only 38% that participate as registered professionals. And it's not of their own doing. You can see that there's lots of gatekeeping from entry into university. Even if you are lucky to get in there, there are still cracks that you are more likely as a Black person to fall into, and you are unable to finish your course. And until we can address that value chain, there is no way we can say we have been talking about transformation for too long. So on that basis, honorable members, I think we have addressed all the questions. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. Over to you, Honorable Chair.
No, it should be back to me, Honorable Chairperson. Remember, I had said I will round up after the responses. And I dare say, I think most of the questions have been responded to, if not all. I do want to, though, touch on the questions that I think were probably not really attended to, is from the acting chair, Honorable Van Schalkwyk, about the universities that CBE is working with and the fields of focus in those universities. And the question of the fit for purpose alternatives to building materials, AS, has been partly covered by the CEO. But let me start with the tertiary institutions and the relations there. And probably this will also cover Honorable Graham Murray on the question of schools and targeting the grassroots, as she ably put it. Let me indicate that this one is a very area that we have advised. In fact, in our quarterly meetings with all the entities, we had come up with a recommendation to all our entities. And in fact, we've been instructive to our own IGR unit, as well as the professional services unit, to say, when each of these entities goes out to do their own skills development program, targeting a school 1 or 2, and us as a department also do the same, targeting 9, 10 schools, the impact will never be felt looking at the numbers in the country. And I have instructed them to say, the registrars, the CEOs must meet and say, how do we ensure that we design this program of skills development, working with the SETAs, working with the Department of Higher Education, and trying to pull all resources together and say, this is the amount available from each of these units. And it can accommodate so many learners for these professions, and have one strategy that will have a massive impact. That's what I have instructed them to do. And I'm expecting in their next meeting to report to me how far they've gone with that task. Because for as long as each is doing their own little thing in their own little corner, we will never realize the results that we would want to see. But secondly, an approach that says to universities across the country, those that offer the subjects or the courses in the built environment, they can then meet them and say, we have this pool. We need so many students from this province so that their footprint is throughout the country. That's the strategy I've shared with them, and I expect them to report on it, because again, for as long as it's one little corner here and there. And in fact, I must not hesitate to say, when we came in, most of our entities were more concerned about what happens in Gauteng and what happens to some extent in KZN and Western Cape. Those were the three provinces with the better life, if one could say, in terms of their metro status and the economic development status. And we have been driving them. The issue of the footprint, we have been driving them to say, South Africa as a country that you are responsible for regulating professions is 9 provinces, and all of them must feel being part of the country. There can't be a South African program that is only enjoyed by those 3 cities. And the legislation is very clear. It is there to guide and professionalize all professionals in the country. So this issue then of them going out to radio stations, even in those areas that are remote, is to ensure that, yes, our young ones, the youth, is aware of what is possible in this country and how can we access it. Because in some parts of the country, people don't know even about the professions and how to access the professions themselves. The issue of the content, again, at university level, why there would be very good learners who pass well. Some of them are our own bursary recipients, who then, once they are at university, first year they may do well, second year they can't pull through. Those are issues that the council must be able to intervene on with the universities, because it's something we know. In the past, lecturers would openly say, out of this class of 30, only 3 will pass, or only, they will give you a number upfront. And that was by design, to exclude. And we need to face the truths, and we need to face the reality that those tendencies are still continuing, and they require leadership from such bodies as these entities, especially the 2, the CBE and CIDB. CBE with all its councils, and CIDB with its regulatory mandate. And therefore, for me, when I say this, they must all collaborate, it is out of realizing that for us to make the desired impact, there are honestness that must be reckoned, so that we see the trees for what they are. And I think we will have to continue to do that one. But also coupling that with ensuring that at basic education level, especially high schools, we support programs that seek to enhance maths and science studies. Because again, that's another blockade that we find. My last point, therefore, would be on when we say, honorable members, there must be agility in the councils, especially at leadership levels. We must be able to understand the, I don't want to use the word consequence, the results that come with that agility, is that there would be more travel, there would be more engagement, there would be more meetings. There can't be agility because we don't implement in the air. We implement in institutions, we implement with people, and we implement about people. And the question of meetings is unavoidable in such an environment. And when you have to provide leadership, we have to provide it, such leadership over meetings, traveling, and even on oversight. You have to travel, you have to engage for you to get the results that you want to get. And therefore, what should guide us is more of the content of the meetings, not the number of meetings. Are these meetings that are being attended able to influence the desired impact? And for me, that should be the test, and not necessarily so many meetings or the number of meetings, but is there agility, or are these the content of the meeting? Are they helping us realize the results? And I think once we look at issues from that angle, we will go a long way in influencing the throughput and the outcomes that we would want to see. South Africa is, we are criticized, and people are very impatient with our levels of transformation. Unfortunately, honorable members, we may not be we may not really like this, and I know to some extent some parties are against what we term affirmative action, and unfortunately, for now, affirmative action is the country's policy, and it has to be implemented because it is that policy that talks to transformation. The Employment Equity Act is a policy of the country which must be implemented because it talks to transforming the country. It talks to ensuring access to those who are denied access. And we must be able to face our skeletons, deal with them, shake them, so that we dispense of them. There must come a time when we say there is equality and there's equity in the country. That's what the Constitution guarantees all of us. So let's look at this from a positive angle rather than an angle that seeks to demonize transformation, because it's not a demon. It's a reality that we must face as a necessary thing to do. If we are to talk both reconciliation and forward movement as a people and as a country. I thought I needed to just round off in that note, Honorable Acting Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And I appreciate the comments from the honorable members, and I appreciate the questions. As I always say, for me, accountability helps with the thought process to think about new strategies. It also makes you have a reflection on your past, but also it helps you with chanting a way forward that is informed by the mistakes of the past. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, DM and the team for that responses. Also for the responses by the chair, Dr. Glamini, Mr. Mjeza, Ms. Tribe and Mr. Manamela. I think we are covered. I don't see any hands for a second round. In the absence of any other input, I think it's important for us to know, DM rightfully said so, that the issue of transformation is a highly emotive issue, and we shouldn't downplay it, because some needs to work extra hard to prove themselves in the current environment. And that's why we stick to the fact that we need to transform this industry. A remark has been made by Mr. Mjeza. He dealt with the issues raised generally, but we need to alert the CBE to the fact that some of what he raised touches on whether and how the CBE Act enables and strengthens the organization to do those things he so eloquently responded to. Because members, DM, we know that there are elements of the legal frame that require attention. But as a collective, we, with the ministry and all the public works and infrastructure entities, really need to work on those, hopefully in the near future, to address all these challenges. I think with those words, I can we ask Ms. Martinez if there's anything else, or can we proceed and close this meeting? Ms. Martinez?
Honorable okay. I don't think Nola is not present, is not feeling well. So I think we have exhausted everything that the committee had to do today. We can close the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a lot of actors towards the end of this meeting. So safely said, thank you very much, Honorable DM, honorable members, as well as the team of CBE for their contribution. And with those words, I want to close this meeting. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.